How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
To give you some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you. Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah,
But
please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She no. She's I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Rum links, 2, 3, rum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the furthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. If you want to know where every crazy idea in society today comes from, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing critical race theory, anti-racist education in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing gender theory, queer theory, transing the kids, drag queen story hour, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing climate change activism, pro-Palestine protesting, anti-ICE protesting, Well, actually, pro-Iran protesting are different people. We're not going to talk about them right now. If you want to know who's causing all the fucking problems, calling to abolish the police, abolish the borders, abolish ICE, basically organizing almost every major protest in the country, guess what? It's people we watch on Socialism Saturday. All of the bullshit that we have to deal with comes from one place, and that is the radical, revolutionary, far left in America. They are constantly doing activism. They're constantly organizing. They're constantly meeting. They are constantly overtly talking about all the different ways in which they're going to try to overthrow the government, abolish capitalism, get rid of every cultural norm that we have established as a society, and abolish the nuclear family on top of it. And so, you know, I maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm perplexed by the numbers I'm seeing on YouTube right now, because obviously YouTube has not sent out notifications to this for the video, which pisses me off on another level. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I think that listening to the people who are coming up with every crazy idea in the world and then doing what is required to make those ideas come about in reality, I think listening to them is sometimes important. I think that listening to them lets us know what's coming next. I think that listening to them helps us to understand why all the crazy shit is happening and how they are doing it. Yeah, exactly. YouTube did not send out notifications. Oh, but Substack did. See, this is why you guys got to follow me on other platforms. Follow me on Substack, join the Telegram channel, follow on Twitter, turn on notifications, because of course YouTube did not send out notifications for my stream. How did I know that was happening? Whatever. You know what? Maybe people just don't think it's important that we listen to the far left. Maybe I actually am insane and this is a big fucking waste of time. I don't know. I guess we're going to find out. We got a super chat in from Red Menace Guru. Thank you, Red Menace. Surprise early birthday present for Socialism Saturday. Thank you. My birthday is next Sunday. FYI, we're going to be doing a marathon stream on my birthday where we're going to watch an old 80s TV show about the like the USSR winning the Cold War or something like that. It was like, it looks really good and it's on YouTube. So I was like, why don't we just do a birthday spectacular marathon? So everyone, April 12th on this channel, that's a Sunday. I don't know when I'm going to start, whenever I get out of bed. And we're going to do a marathon for as long as I fucking feel like it of watching this TV show and enjoying it. And we might need to do a part 2 because I think the TV show might be longer than I originally anticipated and I'm not getting up that early. But there may be a part 2 to the birthday spectacular. But the first part will be on Sunday, April 12th. And I'm harping on this a little bit, not only to procrastinate a little bit, so hopefully notifications go out for the stream, but also just to say that if you're wondering, Karlyn, what is the very best day we can send you super chats or channel memberships? Oh, that's my birthday, obviously. So I want everyone to be prepared. Not that I've expected, and I'm an Aries, okay? I can't help myself. I'm an Aries. I know you guys are going to do it because I know you guys want to celebrate my birthday because that's just the type of people you are. And so I'm letting you know that if you're waiting for the best moment to send me money or presents of some sort, that moment will arrive on Sunday, April 12th during the birthday spectacular marathon, okay? That would be rad. Also easier than channel memberships, mutual aid. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Red Menace Guru. Thank you for that. And also big dubs to Cynthia. 20 channel memberships before we even started the stream. Holy shit, Cynthia. Thank you so much. Let me get our, not that one, not that banner. That's not the banner I want. How about we do that one? There we go. Thank you, Cynthia. You are a goddess. You are a legend. We love you. We appreciate you. Yeah, Hans just wants to remind everyone. Can we just get our class dues in now? I'm going to teach you about socialism and communism for several hours tonight. I'm going to do it completely for free. I only benefit from this if you guys see fit to pay me. If you know I'm going to teach you things tonight that no one else on the internet is going to show you, please feel free to chip in. You will set the example for everyone. And by the way, if you doubt me and you're like, Karlyn, I know everything about feminism. If you're coming to the stream and you're like, Karlyn, I don't need you to teach me anything about this. I know everything. But then you learn something that you didn't know before on the stream. You have to be intellectually honest about this, but here is the rule. If you come here thinking you know fucking everything, and then somehow in the stream, I managed to teach you something and you're like, holy shit, I didn't know that, you owe me money at the end of the stream. That's the rule. That's the rule. We're doing a value exchange here. And I want you to feel guilty if you took freely of my time and my energy and you didn't throw in a $5 fucking channel membership. I mean, come on. Can we be civilized about this? Can we be civilized? $5 at the door. This is like a cover charge for Socialism Saturday. Yeah, your membership wore off. Yeah, it's a great time to re-up. I appreciate that. Naruto, thanks so much for the super chat. A MAGA PAC here in Nebraska has made an ad praising a Democrat politician for agreeing with Trump on one issue, no taxes on tips. Good move there, MAGA. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, gotta own the libs. Guys, as you know, owning the libs is going to solve every problem in the world. Owning the libs is going to prevent mass protests and riots and destruction. Owning the libs is going to cure indoctrination of children in schools. Owning the libs is going to beat back all of the anti-ICE protests that are continuing to spread all over the country, regardless of whether or not conservative media is covering it. Owning the libs is the way to go, guys. Owning the libs. Dang, man. Hey, W's Anthony, thank you so much for the channel membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Really, really appreciate it. All right, guys, here's the thing. Here is the thing. It is not just my birthday coming up, even though it is all about me. And, I just want to make sure the focus is my month of narcissism. I'll say and do what I want. But occasionally, for my very favorite people, especially when they're in Aries with red hair that speaks with kind of a fake accent, but like really kind of like amped up a little bit, that has been lecturing for years to abolish the nuclear family all over the country. When it is Sophie's birthday, we make an exception, all right? When it is Sophie's birthday, as it will be tomorrow, we make an exception about only celebrating one Aries woman on this channel, and we decide to bring Sophie into our lives for a night in order to celebrate her. Because if you are new here, there is no communist that we love more on the internet than Sophie Lewis. Sophie Lewis is our queen. Sophie Lewis is our goddess. We want everyone to wish the ginger dragon a very happy birthday. I bet you Sophie is thrilled with it. We've come up with this nickname for her, by the way. I bet you Sophie is fucking thrilled with that. Sophie Lewis has provided us with more quality communist content and clips than any other communist on the internet, and it's like not even close. But the thing of it is you can't dislike Sophie, because she's so earnest in her beliefs. Hey, thank you, Mike W, for that. I do appreciate it. She is so earnest in her beliefs, and she is so clear in some of her explanations. And she has a Sophie essence about her. You cannot watch Sophie Lewis and not fall in love with her. And that is my position. Listen, I am terrified at the idea of ever eating pussy. I know this doesn't seem relevant, but it is. But like, I would turn lesbian for Sophie. I really would. Sophie is the only woman I would ever turn gay for. Lesbians in general freak me out, to be honest, because lesbians always assume I'm a lesbian, and they're like driving up with their fucking U-Haul before I'm like, no, I like dick. No, lesbians, no. But for Sophie, I would put it aside. Because there's just nothing else to say. We are Sophie connoisseurs on this channel. We probably, and I'm not even fucking making this up, we are I'm gonna write a book about Sophie Lewis one day. I just had an idea. Oh my god, Sophie's really gonna fucking hate me now. I just decided in my head that at some point I need to write a book about Sophie Lewis. Thank you, Ben W's. Really appreciate that, bro. And the reason that I think I am obligated by the universe to write a book about Sophie Lewis and Sophie Lewis's collective works is that I am pretty sure that I have consumed more Sophie content with people on the channel than any other person in the world. Can you name me one other person that has literally gone out of their way to find every single talk that Sophie has ever given on the internet. Can you find me someone who's done that? No, you can't. Can you find me someone who has gone undercover twice at Sophie presentations in person? I was in the room with Sophie on 2 occasions wearing a disguise and a chest binder and was dressed as a socialist, okay? And who else has done that? Just to secretly record her presentations so that she didn't know she was being recorded. Who else has done that in their commitment to the study of Sophie Lewis? I am the only person who had a member of my community go undercover at a book reading that Sophie did in Seattle last year for the publication of her book, Enemy Feminisms. I actually had, and everyone needs to give, I want everyone to give Average Person a salute right now. This is the brilliance of Average Person. Just a normal member of my community who goes undercover with the far left like all the time. And he gets this great content. Can everyone salute Average Person? Average Person went to a book reading with Sophie in person in Seattle last year when she was on her speaking tour for this book called Enemy Feminisms. And Average Person is such a fucking legend that he got Sophie to sign the book to me. And then he mailed it to me. And this right here, this is one of my most prized possessions. Listen, I got a lot of cool shit in my house. I have good art in my house. I have an amazing fucking bag collection. I have a very respectable shoe collection as well. I mean, if you like Adidas and stuff like that. I've got a lot of cool stuff, man. My husband has all sorts of fucking Legos. There's all sorts of crazy shit around my house, okay? I've got good art in the background there. I've got even better art that you guys can't see because it's too big. I've got some cool shit. I've got a library of socialist memorabilia that I need to make more visible because you guys deserve to see all the cool socialist and communist shit I have. This right here is one of my most prized possessions. Not only because it was just an audacious thing to do. Yeah, and for the record, I didn't even ask him to do this. I never asked him to do it. He just did it because he knew it was the right thing to do. And Sophie happened to be there signing books. He knew he had to. He knew he had to. This is the commitment. If you're new here, you don't understand, okay? If you get into my content, this is why I call my show The Cult when I'm doing it Monday through Friday. If you guys are new here and you get into my content, you will learn when exactly you need to troll the socialists expertly because they may not pay attention to us every day, but I promise you, Sophie Lewis is not happy that I have a copy of this book signed by her to me because it's fucking hilarious. And that is actually even more relevant because, no, that's not the one I want at all. How about that one? Because just yesterday on the Red May YouTube channel, Red May is one of the YouTube channels that is like, if you're one of the people, again, when people first come to my content and they first come to Socialism Saturday, sometimes when they find this stuff as interesting as we do, they start to want to watch socialism all the time. Yo, Hans! W's Hans, thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships. I really appreciate that. Rounded dubs for Hans in the chat. Thank you. Let's get all right to 43. Holy shit. Can we hit the goal before I even start the stream? That would be fucking awesome, actually. And if we do that, I might stretch the goal to 200, but let's just start there, okay? Anyway, sometimes when people first discover real socialism on the internet, because it's one of those weird things, right? Unless you're looking for real socialism on the internet, you don't even know this stuff exists, but it does exist in real life. And there are some YouTube channels that provide you with years and years and years of content without you even having to go anywhere. And Red May is one of those channels. One's in the chat if you have been here for a Red May before. Two's in the chat if next month will be your first Red May. One's in the chat if you have been through a Red May before. Two in the chat if this is going to be your first time and you're really, really, really excited about it because it's awesome. No, I don't want to update my iPhone right now. Thank you. We got some newbies. Some newbies this year. Okay. Red May is an annual month-long socialist celebration that takes place in Seattle by some revolutionary communists in Seattle. Red May is led by Philip. Philip, I'm sure it will not surprise you to learn that Philip is a graduate of Columbia University, which Columbia University is like the birthplace of this bullshit in America. When the Frankfurt School came over from Germany because they were Jewish, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And then they started up this little communist institute at Columbia University. So Columbia University is literally the birthplace of all of this bullshit. And then it spread out to all the other universities and academia. And then it spread into the teacher colleges. And then it spread into the K through 12 schools. That is how the schools are controlled by leftists. It all started at Columbia University back in the 30s. And Philip is a graduate of Columbia University. Also, side note, if you ever have a teacher if your kid ever has a teacher that went to teachers college at Columbia, make sure you know where your kid's teachers went to college. Just pro tip, because there are some teacher education colleges that are way worse than others. If you have a kid, I'll get to you in a second, Trendlin, okay? If you have a kid and you have a teacher that went to teachers college at Columbia University, you need to keep an eye on that person like a hawk, because teachers college produces the most leftist teachers that I've ever seen. And so basically, if someone graduated from Columbia, you can kind of make the assumption they're going to be a fucking problem, okay? So Philip leads this month-long conference every single May where he has a bunch of in-person events, but he also just streams a bunch of content on the internet. So for example, if you go to the live tab on Red May, you will find just dozens and dozens of live streams that Philip has done over the years. And these go back, I think, at least to 2020. I'm pretty sure. We have watched a ton of Red May content, and even with as much Red May content that we have watched, there is always still more to watch. Yeah, so around about 5 years ago. Yeah, so he's got 5 years worth of live streams on this YouTube channel. And Red May every year is a super exciting month for us because Philip will be doing live streams all month long on the channel. He's probably going to send out an announcement about it in a couple of weeks saying, here's the schedule for Red May. And Red May attracts some of the most far leftist speakers of any event that I've seen. And they're all super excited to do this. We've gotten them on, we actually got one specific. Do you guys remember Jody Shaw? Not Jody Shaw. Oh, fuck. No, Jody Dean. Jody Shaw rules. Jody Shaw's awesome. Jody Dean. Jody Dean is a professor at Hobart and William Smith College. And we got Jody Dean on video calling to violently overthrow the government because of a presentation she did with Red May. So basically, if you want to know anything about any socialist topic, there will probably be a presentation on this YouTube channel that you can avail yourself of. I think we need to start going back and watching some of the other Red May content because honestly, we watched a lot of Red May content when we were getting into socialism. Every single May, we do live stream a lot of the Red May content. By the way, Philip totally loves it when I live stream his content and then we comment on it in real time because, of course, we're going to get more viewers on my channel than Red May is going to get on theirs. So Philip is always extremely happy when we live stream his content and we broadcast it live to people who are studying them like rats in a cage. One time he threatened to copyright strike me and I said, Philip, you're a communist. You don't believe in private property. That includes intellectual property. So if you copyright strike me, Philip, you're just proving you're not a real communist. And Philip never copyright struck me because Philip For all his faults, and he has many, including always having a very messy kitchen, for all his faults, Philip was at least intellectually honest and reminded himself he doesn't believe in intellectual property, so therefore copyright striking me would have been completely antithetical to his beliefs. Communists sometimes are actually more intellectually honest than all the MAGA retards on the right. Them's the ropes. Just the way it goes. Think I missed a super chat here from Old Sub. Hello, comrades. I know! This is Old Sub. Old Sub's Twitter account got banned for no good fucking reason. So, Old Sub, what I'm betting it was is you were traveling around just posting from a bunch of different places, and Twitter is fucking stupid, so they may have thought you were just changing networks to, like, I don't know, post something. It was so fucking retarded. They did this to Reagan too. They banned Reagan's Twitter account for impersonating me, even though it wasn't impersonating me. And then I even contacted them and I said, she's not impersonating me. Like, I don't care what she's doing. I authorized her to do this, and they still never unbanned the account. So you can keep requesting appeals. To be honest, when my Twitter account got permanently banned, I had to appeal over and over and over again. I had to get those fuckers 2 letters from the state of New Hampshire saying our email addresses are public information until they revive my account. So you do have like an unlimited amount of appeals. But like, I would just say, if this was about my, like in your appeal, say, like if this was about my IP address changing, I was traveling. Like there's no, you're a real person with a real Twitter account. They can't ban you for being a fucking bot when you're not, like, they think your account maybe got hacked. I don't know what it is, but you can also create another Twitter account in the meantime. And of course, we'll get you all your followers, and then you'll have 2 Twitter accounts, which is, always better than 1 anyway. So I'm real sorry that happened, Old Sub. It sucks. And, we'll fix it one way or the other, bro. One way or the other. Reagan had to create a whole new Twitter account, and she did. Trendlin, I got the recording. Not sure it came out. I haven't listened to it yet, Trendlin, so we'll see. I sent it to Karlyn. The show was amazing. My very little liberal friends cried. So Trendlin went on a secret mission for us yesterday where she audio recorded a play called Compton's Cafeteria Riot. I have the file that she sent me. I haven't listened to it yet, Trendlin, so I'm not sure how it came out, but I guess we'll see. But now, in retribution, Trendlin is making me watch a 6-hour episode of the Whatever podcast on Friday to celebrate her birthday. And, okay, fine, Trendlin. If the fucking recording came out, I will watch the 6-hour episode of the fucking Whatever podcast on Friday for your birthday, because you know what? Honestly, it's pretty fucking awesome that you went out of your way to record this play so we can have the audio of it, because I know what that play is. I went to it when I was with Trendlin, and I went to it together the last time I was out there. And I want to have the audio recording. So if it came out, job well done. I'll watch the fucking Whatever podcast. Thank you, Trendlin. We appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very happy to get the recording. Now I just want to warn everyone, though, before everyone gets too excited. Trendlin texted me last night before I think she went to the play, and she said, I'm both drunk and high. So if the recording doesn't come out and we can't actually use it, you all know why, okay? You all know why. Anyway. Back to Socialism Saturday. So Red May is one of those amazing YouTube channels that if you're looking for far left content, it is a great place to find it. We watch a lot of stuff. And the book signing that Average Person went to get me this signed copy of Sophie's book, we are now very blessed that the event that he literally went undercover at is now online on Red May's website. It was added like 2 days ago. And so we now have actual video of the talk that Average Person went to on his secret undercover mission to troll Sophie. And we're going to watch it. And that's going to be like one of the things that we do tonight. It's not a book signing. It's going to be a talk about her book. So she does a signing as well, but it's going to be a talk. Yeah, it's probably going to be nothing new. but it's new to us, and I think it's kind of cool. But I do have something that's new. Okay, hang on. I got it covered. So this presentation is about 40 minutes long. Typically, I look for 2 hours of content on Socialism Saturday, so we can have like a nice long stream and like really like dig into things. But I found a second presentation, and that presentation took place or was uploaded to YouTube just a few days ago. This presentation is at Barnard College. You can see Barnard Center for Research on Women. This presentation was given February 27, 2026, and it is called Protectionist Feminism and Its Legacies from the Sex Wars to Carceral Feminism for an event called the Scholar and Feminist Conference. And you can see our dear Sophie. Our dear Sophie is on the panel. So tonight, we are celebrating the birthday of the ginger dragon, Sophie Lewis, in the only way we can possibly celebrate her birthday, by having a marathon of her content and using it to explain to people what Sophie believes and what the left believes and what she's lecturing about all over the country and what's being lectured about in bookstores near you and what's being lectured about on college campuses near you and all this stuff. That's what we're going to do today, guys. That is what we're going to do. One in the chat if this sounds great. Two in the chat if you think this is a dumb idea. Let me know. Let me know. As always, if you're new to my work, the very best place to get started is over on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. When you get to the Substack, you will see a picture of me that says new to my work. Start here. What I want you to do is click on that image because you're new and you're starting here. And I want you to scroll down. And when you have a spare 90 minutes, I want you to listen to a class I gave last year called Re-Education, an anti-communist introduction to the far left. This is 90 minutes of me breaking down videos and clips from different far left trainings that I've recorded over the 5+ years I've been doing this and putting them in a cohesive way so that you can begin to learn the language of the far left. Because the left does speak a different language. What we are doing on Socialism Saturday is we are immersing ourselves in the language of the left. It's like if you were in a language immersion program during school. If you want to learn how to speak French, what you do is you get up and you move to France and you live in France, and you're not going to understand shit of what they're saying for like the first couple weeks, but after a while, immersing yourself in the culture is the very best way to learn to speak the language because you are surrounding yourself with that thing, and that's what you're taking in. It is the same idea when you're learning how to speak socialist. Socialists use our same vocabulary. They do not use our same dictionary. So they might use the same words as we use. That does not mean they have the same definitions of those words. And so in this is a 90-minute class of me breaking down some of the best clips I have from the far left where you can really clearly hear them say what they mean by the different language. If you like that, I have a 4-hour crash course that expands on the stuff in the first video called How to Speak Socialist. That is the masterclass. And if you really want to dig into the crazy shit, which is queer Marxism, which is Sophie is a queer Marxist, and so we might be hearing some of this stuff today. I have an hour-long lecture that I gave where I basically discuss the development and the evolution of queer Marxism. This is one of the many things I'm writing a book about right now, so I have a fuck ton of research on this stuff, and it is actually pretty fascinating. So if you want to know where all the truly crazy gender shit comes from, that's the one you want to watch. Again, that is available on my Substack. All of this is completely for free. If you want to sign up to support my work over there for $8 a month, $80 a year, I would really appreciate it. Substack is the #1 place that I ask people to support my work because it just allows me to have like a reliable monthly like amount that I know I'm bringing in for revenue. Whereas YouTube super chats and channel memberships are awesome, and I really do appreciate you guys, and I hope you send many more in tonight. But I can't rely on them because I don't know how much money you guys are going to pay me in any given month. So I have to have other backup things to be able to spend so much time doing this. I am 100% independently funded. I have no political donors. I have no political masters. I want to keep everything funded by people like you so that my only job is to show up and to tell you the truth. I will never show you a paid narrative. You never have to agree with me about anything because I will always show you the primary source evidence and you can decide for yourself what you think about it. Hey, old sub, thanks so much for the super chat. I think they might have gotten a complaint from Senator Patty Murray's account because I was posting pictures of here and basically comparing her to the salts on the original. I don't know what that is. I wasn't kind, but that's not why you were suspended, though. So, you know what? Listen, bro, if you need to make a new Twitter account, you just need to make a new Twitter account. Happened to the best of us. This is why I have 8,000 Twitter accounts. They're never going to get them all. So sometimes them's the ropes. That's just the way it goes. But you can still appeal. And, you know, we'll figure it out. Anyway, let's dig into it, guys. Please make sure you mount the like button if you have not already. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you have not yet. And we are digging into our book lecture for tonight about enemy feminisms with Sophie Lewis. And this was at Red May last year. Let's get this party started.
And then took a conversation about feminist enmities with the author of Feminism, and that's a whole mouthful. I'm gonna, oh wait, I should have brought my own copy, but anyway. Actually, let me grab one so that this can stay on display. I'm gonna read for a tiny bit, and then we'll have a conversation. You know the drill. I haven't spoken about this book for quite a few weeks.
Okay, I should probably give a little preface here. The basic gist for people who are new to Sophie, the basic gist of this book is called Enemy Feminisms. Sophie believes that there are a lot of women who claim to be feminist, but the only true feminists are the ones that are also anti-capitalist communists. So in this book, what Sophie is doing is she's talking about here are all the different, every chapter is dedicated to a different type of person that Sophie considers to be an enemy. Oh, I didn't play the rules video. Holy shit, you're right. I do have to play the rules video. I'll do that in a second. Hang on. Thank you for reminding me. Anyway, we'll do this and then we'll do the rules video. All of these different chapters are basically like, they're basically like descriptions of feminists that Sophie does not consider to be a real feminist. So, hang on, let me get my thing back here. Here, there we go. So they're called the civilizer, the prohibitionist, the KKK feminist, the black shirt, the policewoman, the pornophobe, the girl boss. Sophie does not consider girl bosses to be real feminists. The femo-nationalist. If you believe in borders, you're not a real feminist. The pro-life feminist, the adult human female. What Sophie means by that last chapter, the adult human female, is a feminist that believes in the gender binary. They believe that men and women exist. Sophie is non-binary. Sophie may look like a woman, but Sophie is non-binary. Anyway, let's do the rules video real quick. I apologize for forgetting the rules video. It is very important. If this is your first time at Socialism Saturday, please pay attention to this short informational video. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the student. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not gonna coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. and how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching Socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, can we get a massive round of W's in the chat for Old Sub Sailor, the fucking king, the legend, donating 50 channel memberships? Round of W's. Thank you so much, Old Sub. Dude gets his Twitter account banned, still comes and supports on Socialism Saturday. I really appreciate it, bro. Can't say enough good things about you. I really just so appreciate you being here and supporting what I'm doing. Congrats to everyone who got a channel membership. Now, there's good news and bad news, because Old Sub brought us within like 7 of our original goal of 100 channel memberships. So I just decided to increase the goal. It's my month of narcissism. It's my birthday month. I'll do what I want. I decided to try to see, can we get 200 channel memberships tonight? That'd be pretty fucking rad, wouldn't it? And you've got a better chance of getting a channel membership tonight because the notifications didn't go out for the stream. So you know what? Hey, good chance of getting one tonight. So you should stick around. W's in the chat for channel logo. Thank you. So we got our stretch goal of 200 channel memberships. We'll see. We're going to do a big stream tonight. So hopefully, again, guys, if I teach you something that you didn't know before, if I entertain you a little bit, feel free to throw in a channel membership. They're $5, really does help out, brings more people into the channel, gets more people access to our spy streams, which are almost always supporter exclusive. Cynthia! Cynthia, thank you so much for 10 channel memberships. See, Cynthia's got us over the 50% point. We can totally do this. Thank you, guys. Really, really, really appreciate it. Okay. Now let's dig back in. You guys know what Sophie's book is about, and let's hear her talk about it. If you have questions, last thing, if you guys have questions at any point in the stream, please feel free to ask all questions in the chat. You will not get yelled at for asking a question. People sometimes think you will. You will not get yelled at for asking a question as long as that question is in good faith, especially if you're new. If you're new to this, we prefer you ask questions than make statements, because chances are you probably don't understand what's going on. Hey, W's to Ginny over on Rumble, gifting a channel membership. Appreciate it. W's Maria Callis fan. Thank you so much for the 5 channel memberships on YouTube. You guys rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Now let's get started for real. Everyone paying attention? Everyone locked in? All right, let's go.
An intense amount of events in February, March, and April, and then took a little bit of a break. So I got to remember what the hell I said. In fact, some of you may have read it by this point. Came out in February. All right. Feminists committed racist mistakes, and their feminisms reflected errors of judgment. This much, at last, we've been dragged kicking and screaming to recognize. But the culture still shows reluctance to contemplate the extent of some feminisms' deeper theoretic entwinements with fascism. What we need now is
Feminism's intertwinement with fascism. Does everyone understand what that means? What does Sophie mean? I did. I just wanted, originally when I asked you to go, I just wanted you to take a picture of Sophie so that Sophie thought I was everywhere, so I could like post the picture of Sophie that you took. Here was the original plan. Average person was going to go and take a photo of Sophie at the book signing and send the photo to me, and then I was going to post it so that Sophie thought I was at the book signing. That was actually the original plan, to troll Sophie. But then he went so much further and got the book signed. It was just like fucking awesome. Chitalago W's for the channel membership. Really appreciate it. Yes, this is what she means when she says they're intertwined with fascism. Everyone who is not a communist feminist is a fascist feminist. Feminism reinforces the gender binary. Enforcement of the gender binary equals fascism. Excellent, excellent, Maria Callas fan.
Is a bestiary of enemy feminisms to jolt us into understanding that a woman's cry for women's power is sometimes part and parcel of the oppressor's program, even as we suffer loss.
Oh, well, I'm going to stop this and just break stuff down anytime I need to. Feminisms jolt us into understanding that a woman's cry for a woman's power is in the oppressor's program. So I want you to listen to this.
Jolt us into understanding that a woman's cry for women's power is sometimes part and parcel of the oppressor's program.
A woman's cry for a woman's power is sometimes part and parcel of the oppressor's program. So when she says oppressor, what does she mean? When Sophie is saying the oppressor's program, what does she mean? Pop quiz for the chat. Capitalism. When she's saying the oppressor's program, the oppressors are the capitalist program. Okay, we always need to be code switching like this in our head because it just makes this stuff easier to understand. So again, listen to this.
Of enemy feminisms to jolt us into understanding that a woman's cry for women's power is sometimes part and parcel of the oppressor's program.
A woman's cry for a woman's power is sometimes part and parcel with the capitalist program. So what that means is Sophie believes that a lot of women who consider themselves to be feminists try to work their way into positions of capitalist power. Thus, they are reinforcing capitalism through their actions. Therefore, ergo, they are enemy feminists because they are enemy of the communist who is trying to overthrow capitalism. One in the chat if you understand what I just said, two in the chat if that's confusing. I don't care how she looks, truth. One in the chat if you understand what I just said, two in the chat if that's confusing. Cool. Let me know if you guys have questions.
Program. Even as we suffer loss in the short term, we can ultimately only gain as feminists when we accept that certain beloved old lines and lineages of feminism weren't just incidentally misogynist, but substantively so, that their core definitions were bourgeois irremediably, that their racism
bourgeois means capitalist
was non-excisable. What are our other options? Shall we attempt the bonkers task of calling in people with opposite aims to our own, decolonizing what is squarely a form of colonialism? Or shall we break up the house of feminism, that battered and beloved fortress where so many of us have not lived well, and dare to name some feminisms enemies? Contra the aggrieved cries from certain quarters that it can only ever be patriarchy that benefits when feminists criticize other feminists, I affirm with Gloria and Zaldúa that lines of affinity, not identity, must be drawn. Some feminisms are obstacles to gender freedom. and asking which side are you on is the most elemental level of political physics. The side of women doesn't exist. It never existed.
The side of women doesn't exist. It never existed. What an interesting quote from Sophie, isn't it? The side of women doesn't exist. It never existed. What does that mean? Pop quiz. No, bro, you're just not smart enough to understand it. If you want to learn to understand it, stick around. If you want to make smart ass remarks because you don't fucking know what you're talking about yet, then go away. Gender, what Sophie believes is gender is a construct created by capitalism. Women were created by capitalism, therefore women are a social construct. They do not exist. This is what queer Marxists believe, guys. They believe that the categories of men and women are not biological. The categories of men and women are socially constructed by capitalism to fulfill the needs of capitalism by putting men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money and they controlled the operations of production, putting women in the home where they were oppressed and forced to do the unpaid reproductive labor of having and raising the children that would become the next cogs in the capitalist machine to replenish the labor supply. They don't believe man is a biological category. They don't believe woman is a biological category. They believe that they are socially constructed categories. And as such, in order to abolish capitalism, as Sophie wants to do, they need to abolish the gender categories of men and women. That's how you achieve gender equity. The gender hierarchy, where men are on the top because they're in the workplace, they have all the power and all the money, is above the women who do the unpaid reproductive labor. This is what they mean when they say the patriarchy, the gender hierarchy. If you abolish the gender categories, then everyone is at equity. That is how you achieve what Sophie would call gender liberation. Abolishing the gender categories means creating a world of non-binary they-thems. Everyone would be a they them, or you could be a Zimzer or a Faye Fair or I don't know, whatever weird neo pronouns you want. But the point is, you would not be in the two capitalist created gender categories of men and women. That is why Sophie is saying the side of women doesn't exist. It never existed. She thinks it's a false category that was created by capitalism, and her goal as a non-binary they-them, because Sophie is a queer Marxist. She's a non-binary they-them. She really does identify as that. I'm not just making that up. She doesn't believe gender exists. That's why she's a they-them. Let's see. Congrats if everyone else got it right in the chat as well. Let's keep going.
Let's be brave and swallow our bitter medicine. Feminists across the political spectrum have taken pains to define their troops as chaste and untainted by lust, especially interracial lust, not to mention maternal, i.e. pure, straight, removed from the realm of productive work, and quote-unquote natural, that is not artificial, not femme, neither surgically nor chemically enhanced. Black feminisms have a better track record, but of course, some Black feminists too have been thoroughly ableist in this way, or whore-phobic, or anti-communist. All in all, a great deal of feminists have imagined their central subject as hardworking, non-disabled, healthful, and prosthesis-free. These being the unspoken compliments to a womanhood that is life-giving, or at least pro-family, economically independent, or at least aspiring, non-violent, or at least law-abiding, and quote-unquote self-respecting, not a body modifier or a bottom.
Listen, the reason I can explain these things so clearly is I have been studying this stuff for years, and I've had to experiment for years on how to explain it as clearly as possible. So that's why I can explain it so clearly. She's not making it more complex. Here's where you're wrong, and here's where you need to be able to understand the difference. It's not that Sophie is making it more complex. It's that Sophie speaks a completely different language. What you are hearing from me when I translate what Sophie is saying into the language that you speak, you're hearing a translation. It's not that anything I said is wrong. Sophie, if she's being intellectually honest, would actually agree with specifically how I described it. But Sophie is saying that and she actually means it. I'm translating what Sophie is saying into a language that you can understand because Sophie does not speak English. She speaks socialist. She speaks the language of socialists, the dialect of socialist. So it's not that she's making it more complicated. And you really got to understand this. You are learning a different language when you listen to the left. We are immersing ourselves in their language to learn what they mean when they say things. So it's not as though Sophie is taking English and she's saying, how can I make this more complicated to confuse people? She's just speaking the language that she knows because this is the environment that she's in. This is the language they speak when you go to anarchist events. This is the language they speak in anarchist and revolutionary bookstores. This is the language they speak in their organizing meetings. This is the language they speak at their conferences. It's simply consider, you know how like the Amish live in America, but the Amish have their own language. So sometimes you'll hear the Amish speaking like German or like whatever. It's kind of the same thing. Like think of it that way. And it's confusing to people because it sounds so much like English, but think of Sophie as basically like the Amish, okay? She's speaking she lives in our world, but she is within a different culture within that world, and she speaks German. And think of what she's saying is German. This is like do. And I'm translating to you what she is saying in English. That's what you have to understand in order to learn this. The reason I'm harping on this so much is because if you tell yourself she's just making it more complex, then it becomes a lot harder for you to take the time to learn that because you're not framing it correctly. She's not making it more complex. She's not being difficult. She's speaking a completely different language. And if we want to understand them, it is on us to learn their language.
All of this was feminism.
Yo, hang on. I think I missed the
liberation.
channel membership or something. Hang on. So I feel like I'm making some good clips tonight to like get this stuff out there. Hey, thank you, Chitalago. W's in the chat for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. Here's how I translate it to my experience. She wouldn't give me props for being a female director because she would say, why do actors need a director? That's not bad, Maria Callas fan. That's not bad. I appreciate it.
Feminism, but feminism in the
like
sense that it
Spanglish,
contested
exactly,
a
like
patriarchal
Spanglish.
constraint placed upon a certain group of women, no matter how few. Victorious Aristo-feminists proceed to co-engineer and enforce patriarchal or eugenic constraints for others, and they even expect generalized feminist support for their accessions. Is this worse than a hypothetical gentleman-only alternative domination? No, but nor is such equal opportunity inequality, such counter-revolutionary fairness, remotely what my team is fighting for. We need to be discerning about any given feminism precisely because feminism is so capacious that it comprises within itself its own enemies. I say this as a reluctant feminist killjoy because I belong to feminism. It is thanks to and despite people like Mary Wollstonecraft, both, that feminism can be a force of reaction, even as it is an insurgent force that materially creates the right to the city, filling the...
She's saying that feminism could be one of the things that creates communism in America, but not all these people who are not communists, not all these people who are not anti-capitalist. It's only the right kind of feminism that can create the communist utopia in America.
Streets with choreographies and chants denouncing cops, courts, dads, bosses, and the state. Feminism in its
Those are all
best
anti-capitalist
instances is a burning prison, an insistence that life can be worth living and that every person's pleasure matters. It is, too, the practices that make life livable, resting care free from the market, freely distributing bread, roses, and hormones, desegregating
Bread,
the
roses, and
generations,
hormones.
bailing mamas out of detention, disempowering rapists in kin networks, churches, and social centers, and expropriating golf courses in order to open spaces of erotic, not necessarily sexual, but also sexual encounter. Feminism
Ooh.
sometimes flashes an unlit pathway towards
Wait,
a world
did
without
Sophie just say they were going to commandeer golf courses to make them like sex clubs or something? Is it? I'm sure she means Trump's golf courses specifically, right? Listen.
Disempowering rapists in kin networks, churches, and social centers, and expropriating golf courses in order to open spaces of erotic, not necessarily sexual, but also sexual encounter.
Yeah, golf getting a bad rap again? It's over for golf, bro. The communists are commandeering all the golf courses and making them into giant sex clubs. Yep, it's over. Golf mentioned. Yep, it's over. Well, that's a really creative idea, Sophie. I don't remember hearing that one before.
Feminism sometimes flashes an unlit pathway towards a world without whiteness or colonizers. In these moments, it's an insurrection.
Feminism leads to a world without whiteness or colonizers. Whiteness means capitalism because it's referring to systemic racism, the system that upholds racism, which means capitalism. Colonization means capitalism because it is about the theft of the land from the indigenous people and enforcing of borders or private property on the previously collectively owned land.
Churches and social centers, and expropriating golf courses in order to open spaces of erotic, not necessarily sexual, but also sexual encounter. Feminism sometimes flashes an unlit pathway towards a world without whiteness or colonizers. In these moments, it's an insurrection halting family policing, forced gestating, and every other reproductive injustice. For many of us, feminism denotes the task of abolishing all organized scarcities from the private nuclear household to the nation.
Feminism requires us to abolish the nuclear household because the nuclear household privatizes resources within the nuclear family. What that means is there are many reasons the left wants to abolish the nuclear family. What Sophie is referring to in this specific case is the fact that you only have access to the resources that your family has. So basically what Sophie believes in equity. She does not believe in equality. This is a mistake that sometimes people make if you're new. Sophie does not believe in equality. Equality still privatizes resources so that some people have access to more resources than other people. Equity or communism is where you have no private resources, no privately owned property, no privately owned houses, no privately owned apartments that you rent out as landlords, no intellectual property, no private businesses, and no parental rights over your kids because parental rights means property ownership because you can pass it down from parent to child and stuff like that. So no privately owned resources. What that means in this case is that Sophie believes that as long as the nuclear family exists, people will only have access to the private resources of their family. And that means that some families are going to have access to more resources than others. Some families are going to have access to better housing than others. Some people are going to have access to better health care than others. Some people are going to have access to wealth that is privately owned than other people do. Sophie believes that as long as there are disparities in those things, there are the haves versus the have-nots, the property owners versus the non-property owners, the bourgeois versus the proletariat, the oppressor versus the oppressed. They're always operating in this hierarchy. They believe capitalism creates hierarchies, hierarchies create oppression, And that is what she's talking about when she's talking about the nuclear family. The nuclear family creates oppression because some people have more resources than other people within their nuclear family. Abolish the nuclear family, and all of their resources, including healthcare, become available to everyone. I'm not saying what I believe, I'm saying what she believes. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained, 2 in the chat if you have questions. And please ask questions if you have them. Yeah, some people are excluded from golf courses. Great point. Great point. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys.
It's the deprivatization of love via the insurgency of mothers of every gender against the patriarchal institution of
Average person, I already feel like you undercut this talk dramatically. Sophie just said mothers of all gender. Mothers, really mothers of all gender.
household to the nation. It's the deprivatization of love via the insurgency of mothers of every gender against the patriarchal institution of motherhood. It's the decoupling of survival from the wage, the destruction of markets, the ecological insistence on interspecies responsibility, the decarbonization of every megapole, and the communization of continent-wide architecture, waterways, seed banks, and libraries. It's a local proletarian strike against work, that already gendered and stolen substance, otherwise called alienated labor. And it's a planetary revolution in values that prioritizes care over accumulation. It's a perfectly good name, too, for the horizon wherein work's myriad, precarious, abject, wageless, mad, incarcerated, and otherwise remaindered victims are avenged. As a revolutionary movement, feminism abolishes gender qua differential, while remaking genders qua lush, interesting.
Feminism abolishes gender. She just said it again. Yo, W's channel log up. Thank you so much for the channel membership. Appreciate it, bro. We're up to 113. Awesome. Awesome. Guys, remember, if I teach you something on the stream and you think you know everything, but you came here and you learned something, you owe me money. I'm just saying, throw in a channel membership. That'd be rad.
Mad, incarcerated, and otherwise remaindered victims are avenged. As a revolutionary movement, feminism abolishes gender qua differential, while remaking genders qua lush, interesting, and pleasurable difference.
Pleasurable
Feminism,
difference.
in other words, carves out space for autonomous formulations of gender pending revolution, also known to some as the revolt of femmes against cisness, of sex workers against work. Feminism is Black quantum womanism, junkie communism, multi-species reparations, a queer glitch in the matrix of the given. Feminism is necessarily central to any meaningful anti-fascism. But this does not mean that it is always anti-fascist or even non-fascist. We can't just bank on that. Rather, our task is to conspire towards a world where women, if that word still exists,
Bing,
will be horrible or not horrible. That's about where this chapter begins, the question of women not being horrible. But where counter-revolutionary feminism has been stripped of its capacity for violence, and even our feminism is happily obsolete. Okay, thank you.
Yes? Okay, good. So thank you for, I mean, this is really powerful.
okay, I'm just going to say this. I don't want to hear anything about the weight of these women, okay? I don't want to hear any, okay, of these they, thems. I apologize. I misgendered. I don't want to hear anything about their weight. Okay, please.
You know, part, this is a tiny piece of like a, you know, very beginning of the book. I am really happy to be invited to, you know, have a conversation with you here today. I've read like also her like previous books, you know, Abolish the Family and Full Servicing Now. I just really respect that work. And then like this came out, and and then I just read it right away, and I'm starting to already forget. So I'm like, oh my god, I need to speak about this in May. But I think I think it's I think, and also like in the beginning you talked about how some sex worker activists have like tried to be generous with people who are trying to put us in prison, put us into forced treatment programs, involuntary programs, and things like that, and try to understand where they're coming from, try to educate them and all that. And this book really points out that like you said at the very beginning of where you read it, that people are not just incidentally racist. They're not just incidentally oppressive in some other way, but there's actually a tradition of that kind of counter.
Hang on one sec. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Trying something here.
And then took a little.
Hang on. Do. Hang on. I'm trying to put something in to like fix the volume so I can actually fucking hear it, because I think you guys probably can't hear it either. What just happened? I thought I put in an extension to fix the volume.
A little bit of a break, so I got to remember what
Stand by.
In fact,
please.
Some of you may have read it by this point. Came out in February. All right. Feminists committed racist mistakes and their feminisms reflected errors of judgment. This much. At last, we've been dragged kicking and screaming to recognize. But the culture still shows reluctance to contemplate the extent of some feminisms, deeper theoretic entwinements with fascism.
Fascism.
What we need now is a bestiary.
Okay. Hang on. I think I got it. Hang on.
And then took a little.
Hang on. Volume booster. Let's see if this works. It doesn't always work.
Bit of a break, so I got to remember.
That's louder, right? Is that louder?
In fact, some of you may have read it by this
How's
point.
that?
Came out in February. All right.
Hey, I figured it out.
Feminists
Shut up.
committed racist mistakes and their feminisms reflected errors of judgment. This much. At last, we've been dragged kicking and screaming to recognize. But the culture still shows reluctance to contemplate the extent of some feminisms, deeper theoretic entwinements.
One more thing. It's doing something weird on my screen now, and I want to fix it. Hang on. Stop share. Start share again.
With fascism.
Shit.
What we need now is a bestiary of enemy feminisms to jolt us into understanding that a woman's cry for women's power is sometimes part and parcel of
the beginning.
program.
I thought that sounded familiar, Reagan. Thank you. Let's see. Where is that big lady talking?
Previous books, abolish the family and full surrogacy now. I just really respect that work. And then this came out, and then I just read it right away, and I'm starting to already forget. So I'm like, oh my god, I need to speak about this.
Is that louder?
But I think.
Is that louder, guys? Can you hear better now? See, I'm trying to serve you guys as best I can. I didn't realize it was that soft. 1 in the chat if that's louder and it sounds better. 2 in the chat if that's not better. Yeah, I'll turn the captions on. Okay. Most people are saying it's better, so we're going to stick with that.
I think it's. I think, and also like in the beginning, you talked about how some sex worker activists have like tried to be generous with people who are trying to put us in prison, put us into forced treatment programs, involuntary programs, and things like that, and try to understand where they're coming from, try to educate them and all that. And this book really points out that like you said at the very beginning of where you read it, that people are not just incidentally racist. They're not just incidentally oppressive in some other way, but there's actually a tradition of that kind of counter just a counter-revolutionary movement.
Thank you.
Exhibition and
Appreciate
threat
it.
within the feminism, and that is, and toward the end, the very end, you combine that threats into, the idea of cisness along with like whiteness and capitalism, how that connects
Cisness
together.
along with
So
whiteness
that's
and
like
capitalism.
overall thing of that. I think that when people who do things that's harmful in the name of feminism, like if they are all like Sarah
Yep.
Palin, who's transparently not a feminist and who's just using the word, I mean, I'm better feminist than feminist because I do this, and that would be so much easier. We can just say like,
Yo, Chilago, thank you. Appreciate it, bro.
People like J.K. Rowling or Hillary Clinton,
J.K. Rowling mentioned.
who are feminists in some way, right? And they connect to the tradition of kind of like a, the kind of feminism that we see as anti-liberatory feminism, right? And so it's not so easy. They're not all Sarah Palin. They're actually, they're actually Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't know how many of you have to like vote for a prosecutor instead of like convicted felon. I want to support convicted felon, but not in this particular case, right? So, I mean, like, yes. So, anyway, so I think that, so, and I feel like that it's important to how we can make a distinction between this kind of incidental mistakes that we all make. We all participate in some kind of racism, or, other ways that are harmful to other people, that are oppressive, and then we want to be generous. We want to, call them in instead of calling them out when it's possible and when it's not counterproductive, right? So and
Appreciate that,
how
Church.
the liberatory feminist tradition is also far from being free from the schisms, missteps, contradiction, exclusions, right? Even within, even though the Black feminism has inaugurated American like white feminism against so much of like a horror that happens in, some other form of feminism, and yet like there are sometimes issues and of exclusions, and so how do we make distinction between and we still have to address those harms even if they are not part of this like a larger and so how do we address them, and how do we distinguish them from the enemy feminism, people who actually want to like eliminate us, who want to put us in prison, and who want to do that, and how can we tell the difference, where to draw the line, and are those lines defensible, right?
Yeah. Thanks. That's the core of the book. Yeah. That's so, if I was really attempting to answer that in detail, I would be trying to create a manual based on a notion of a purity that would actually be repeating the purgative and purity oriented ideologies of the enemy feminisms I'm looking at, right? It would have been a mistake to try and tell readers or decide for myself where
All right.
exactly is
Hang
that
on.
line.
We have a retard on Rumble who's talking about pedophilia. So I'm going to say this. I have been in the fucking room listening to Sophie Lewis explicitly say she does not believe in the sexualization of children. I have been in the room listening to Sophie Lewis. There's my volume back. Now I can hear myself. Thank God. I'm still learning how to use this new microphone. Okay. I have been in the room explicitly when Sophie has said, we need to protect children from being sexualized. And so, no, retard, no. This has nothing to do with your little conservative obsession. And I really think that everyone who is always so obsessed with this should ask yourselves why you are incapable of listening to any topic around this area and not actually listen to what's being said, but instead you spin yourselves up and make up shit that isn't happening because you want to demonize everyone as a fucking pedophile. Okay, you just got banned for the stream. Bye. You want to talk back to me? Banned for the stream. Go away.
And the line won't move. and we can, and it's a question of here's a list. It's an encyclopedia of individual feminists who are beyond the pale. That's really not what it is, unfortunately. It's a much different kind of gesture, right? It's insisting that feminism is the house that for me, and I accept that some people don't actually feel this way, and I think that's valid, but I live here, right? And I'm in.
So I've explained this several times on the stream already, but when she's saying enemy feminisms, what she means are feminists who are not anti-capitalist or not communist.
Insisting that.
Yo! Virgo Moon W's. Thank you, Virgo Moon, for the channel membership. Appreciate it.
That I stay, that we stay, right? And fight it out. That's part of it, being a love letter to feminism, right? It's also making a stronger statement than some of the statements that have been made about white feminism. I believe it's a slightly different kind of intervention, because it's insisting that there are sort of two wolves inside feminist history, and it's not just a question of differences of opinion and variations on a theme, but it's seriously antagonistic notions of what it means to liberate people from patriarchy, right? And in a sense, I bring up Wollstonecraft.
Liberate people from patriarchy means abolishing the gender binary and making everyone of they them.
Early on,
you cannot.
Not because I put
Damn
her
it.
in the enemy bin, but
You cannot have gender equity. You cannot eliminate the patriarchy without eliminating the gender categories. I'm not saying what I believe. I'm saying what she believes.
Because she's one starting point we are given for the Anglophone, Western, colonial, bourgeois feminist tradition.
Capitalist.
And she's full of interesting things, right? Really valuable things in there. And she thinks feminism, which she doesn't have the word for yet, right? Because it gets invented a couple of decades later, is the elevation of mother to a position of enlightenment, rationality, and proprietary ownership vis-a-vis the children in the private nuclear household, who are then also avatars of the nation's future and therefore imperial futurity. So not everything has to change about the world in order for feminism to succeed. Just empower mother, educate mother, and empire will, and it's cunning of her, she's like, gentlemen, don't worry, feminism isn't going to fuck up the British Empire. Au contraire, it's like, it's going to save it. But, a few decades later, actually
Okay, Moon Goddess, I don't know what the fuck is going on today, but you have been here on many, 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 many streams when we have explicitly explained why whiteness means capitalism. Whiteness, white supremacy, racism is a reference to systemic racism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds capitalism, or the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism because it was private property ownership of the slaves that created systemic racism in the first place. Whiteness is never about skin color. It's always about capitalism. You should absolutely know this by now. And the fact that Reagan told you this and you still didn't understand it is a little perplexing to me. I'm not yelling. I'm just saying that I'm curious about why you don't know this information yet. I'm also curious about why you didn't know the definition of enemy feminisms. When I saw you on the stream earlier, I saw you in the chat earlier, you were here the other times I explained it. So something is happening where you're not listening and you're not taking in information that is being given to you repeatedly. Whiteness never has to do with skin color. Literally never. It always has to do with capitalism. What we're talking about now is feminism has to be communist in order to be real feminism. That is her argument. No. Well, you shouldn't have. The point is that you shouldn't have been. The point is that you shouldn't have been. And I'm filing this one in my head now because you have been on more than enough streams where I have explained this explicitly that you should understand this by now. Now this has me thinking about ways to exploit the difference between that. Okay. Think about it. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with that, but that's okay.
Yeah, actually, a few years later, the word feminism gets invented by a really kinky, strange French person who says that feminism is the complete opposite of that, right? It is the insurgency of children and women against the enclosure of care in the private nuclear home. It's family abolition. So it's no secret which of these two wolves I favor.
Okay,
right?
well, the thing of it is I've heard from multiple people that it makes the volume better. So I'm gonna ask one more. You know what? Let me just take the fucking volume booster off. I'm gonna ask one more time, because now I am moving into the section of people trying to troubleshoot shit, usually when they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That is going to get frustrating for me very quickly. 1 in the chat if the volume is better than it was before. 2 in the chat if the volume is not better than it was before. One in the chat if it is better than it was before. 2 in the chat if it is not better than it. Okay, so you're seeing in the chat that enough people are saying the volume is better. That I'm going to leave it the way it is. So
I sort of am insisting on this duality in feminism. I don't think we can get rid of it.
Oh shit. And I just hit the wrong fucking button. Okay. Share screen, share tab, bada bing, go.
That, you know, the literal fascists who are in the canonical, like mainstream feminist tradition, legacy, are not really feminists because they are racist and because they literally, in some cases, were friends with Adolf Hitler. Sorry, I mean, those are the far out, but you know, I don't actually have to use the most extreme examples to make this case, right? If you want to say that feminists who are committed racists are not really feminists, because that's the move, right? I mean, if you Google the phrase "not real feminists" or "not really feminism," you know, hundreds of thousands of results, right? TERFs, not really feminists, right? Etc. That's the thing we say. I get why we say it. You know, it just doesn't work because you don't. If we do that, then you don't get to keep Elizabeth Cady Stanton. You don't get to keep Mary Wollstonecraft. You know, she was saying that the oppression of the bourgeois English wife is worse than the oppression of the African slave. You know, I mean, so you know, I mean, and then of course people want to say things are of their time. Da, 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 da. Fine, but you know, she was writing in the middle of the Haitian Revolution. Of course, there were maroon feminisms, you know, concurrent to her claims, right? So inside feminism, there's an undercommons. There's a movement from below, you know, to achieve liberation for all, and there is a movement that seeks securitization for women. And so these are quite incompatible notions of what it is to fight for women and what woman is and what woman needs. It's not, they're not compatible, that they are enemies, right? And I think we just have to deal with that. We just do, you know, and there are certainly, you know, missteps, schisms, exclusions, warts on our side. Of course, there's no, you know, in fact, a commitment to a sort of impurity and an openness to the mutant kin that inherit, you know, our legacies along with us. You know, that the fact that basically, you know, Wollstonecraft is a sort of, you know, mutant family member. If you live in the house of feminism, that's part of what I'm inviting us to wrestle with. And enmity cuts across kinship, you know. That's the kind of move I'm trying to make, where I'm inviting us to be very thoughtful about the importance of not treating people as disposable because they've made ideological errors or whatever, you know. But there are also differing projects that are genuinely like echt feminism, and we need to learn how to establish and recognize that. And then as collectives, like you started with I tell this story about Carol Lee, who, the legendary sex worker liberationist, sitting down with a friend of hers who used to be in prostitution.
The legendary sex worker is like literally only something you would hear in a Sophie presentation. The legendary sex worker. When I write a book about Sophie Lewis, no, wait, hang on. Here is the title of my to be written Sophie Lewis book. The Ginger Dragon, the unbelievable true story of the legendary Sophie Lewis. Or something to that effect.
Prostitution with her, and who is now working with the local jails to put sex workers in prison for even longer, right? And there's this incredible account in Scarlet Harlot of this.
I'm not a feminist, so
where Carol Lee is so committed to the idea.
I'm not a feminist in any way, shape, or form.
The sisterhood of the sluts and the good girls, as she puts it, and the cops, the police women, and the prostitutes, and it is just so obviously doomed. It is so wrong. And I think, with great reverence and respect for Carol Lee, I think energy is wasted there. I think an anti-fascist line can be drawn. And I mean, some of us have been calling the
thanks, Kilgore.
Radical feminist for.
Kilgore Stevens on Rumble says, this totally explains the term TERF. I didn't understand that before learning. Thank you, Dr. K. Yep, that's exactly right. Trans exclusionary radical feminist means that you are a feminist that upholds the gender binary.
On Turf Island, where I sound like I come from.
Turf Island.
Fascist, right? I mean, people will, it's this kind of premature anti-fascism that the left is sort of fated to embody sometimes, right? It's like you're called hysterical for calling this shit fascist 15 years ago, but here we are. J.K. Rowling literally applauding the executive order, quote unquote, defending women against gender ideology extremism, right? And Posey Parker, the sort of let women speak, although she disavows feminism. She calls herself a TERF, but not a feminist. Don't really know how that works, but anyway.
She came to Tacoma to do like a TERF coma protest or something, and there were a bunch of like high school students surrounded them and like yelling at them.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, this was a bit long-winded. Is the line defensible? I think it is one way to revivify a sort of erotics of anti-fascist feminism in order to give oneself, I mean, I don't know, permission really to say that J.K. Rowling is a fascist. I mean, I'm not sure people in this room need that permission or whatever. But what matters is not.
Hey, thank you, Roly Poly on Rumble. Thanks, love you, appreciate that, bro.
Convincing you that she has some, lineage within women's liberation. It's in her case, it's not the strongest kind of claim, to belonging to movement, but it's there. There are some figures, who sadly really, they have a feminist pedigree and they're in this camp, right? Okay. One of the heartening things about looking at history, and this is why the book has this historicizing method. I mean, I hope that it's a theoretic intervention with a historicizing method, because anti-fascists can actually gain and get there's hope and lessons, from telling stories from the past. We've actually swallowed, I think, many of us, at least in my milieux, a story about the so-called second wave that is just false. And so, the idea that transphobia was majoritarian in feminism, it's just a lie, actually. And you can see this very easily. In 1973, the issue of Lesbian Tide, the women's liberation movement periodical, that is doing the post-mortem on the West Coast Lesbian Conference, where this one of my least favorite human beings, Robin Morgan, really sort of ruined by, whipping up a lynch mob against Beth Elliott, the folk singer and transsexual sort of conference organizer. A very famous story. But, this story about how a trans woman was, almost lynched at the West Coast Lesbian Conference of 1973 is kind of held up as this, yes, a very, very horrible, very horrible moment. But what I think people don't quite appreciate is how minoritarian the attackers were. And in the minutes of what people were saying in that moment, people are saying, and this is 1973, I can't believe we are litigating whether trans women are women. I thought we resolved this years ago. This is so boring. Of course, Beth is our sister. We can't see her as a man. What the fuck? Get this fascist out of our space. Robin Morgan, the celebrity poet and keynote.
So again, Sophie believes that if you don't see trans women as women, then you are not a real feminist, because upholding, like when Sophie's saying women, she's not saying it as in the biological category. She's saying it as in the socially constructed category. That's what you have to understand. Sophie's not saying trans women are women like trans women are biological women. What she is saying is trans women belong in the socially constructed category of woman under capitalism, but the ultimate goal is to abolish the categories of men and women. Those categories only exist in a capitalist ecosystem. And she's saying, if you don't acknowledge that trans women are in this socially constructed category, then you are a fascist. You are putting borders around this category.
Right. And so, of all the things in the magazine, everyone is calling Robin Morgan a Nazi, apart from the Robin Morgan herself, whose speech is printed, but it's printed in very small font. Anyway, I'm just saying.
Yes, locally, I think that people may be familiar with what Susan Stryker was written about.
Susan Stryker!
Seattle, who committed suicide in 1991.
We know Susan.
And she wrote based on some erroneous, not very good reporting about that case, and how that this trans woman she was volunteering at the Lesbian Resource Center.
W's, bro, thank you so much, Chilago.
Do things that's really humiliating and then you put in and just hated by the community. And I actually dug around in all the Lesbian Resource Center and Bisexual Women's Network of Seattle, records from the time, and then found she actually was loved and supported by the community. Of course, there were haters out there, and then I'm not denying that may have contributed to her, taking her own life. But the reality is actually there's it was a small minority who really hated her, and mostly this whole controversy was not even about trans women. It was about BDSM. And
it was about BDSM.
At the Lesbian Resource Center that
of course
people really didn't like, and then so if you actually read the real history of it, I find out that actually they were not so universally hateful. There were lots of support for trans women at the time in the Seattle lesbian community, Seattle women's community. So that's a local example of that. How that we may be mistelling history if you think that this the anti-trans feminism or anti-trans lesbianism was mainstream, which it wasn't.
Yeah. Certainly.
It may be more mainstream now than than at the time.
No, the thing is, however, one cannot always point in an archive to the anti-fascist or liberatory undercommons feminism. Sometimes you can only sort of see its traces in the enemy feminism as a sort of reaction formation against it, but you can this is a sort of Saidiya Hartman sort of point really about a kind of speculative fabulation type archive that we can at least in some cases practice a kind of indignation, I would say, about what has been stripped or erased or purposefully memory holed and taken out of the story of feminism, the ancestors that we have not been bequeathed, you know, because we've been told that the second wave is a bunch of Robin Morgans exclusively, or going back further, and here it gets more hazy, you know, that the first wave was a bunch of Emmeline Pankhursts when there were, you know, anti-fascist Sylvias around as well. I mean, Sylvia is obviously in the archive. You know, the Pankhurst family has this very, very strange sort of combination of pro-imperialists and anarcho-communists. But you know, the suffragettes in the UK context, and by that I mean very specifically the WSPU, the Women's Social and Political Union, which was a very cult-like, almost paramilitary organization. Actually, it's not usually referred to that way, but you know, over here in the US, suffragists were shocked by the terrorist tactics of the suffragettes in the UK. You know, and if you're educated in a sort of European middle-class progressive girlhood, I don't know about here so much, but I was taught that there was some window pane smashing, and there was this hunger strike thing and forced feeding in prisons, and this is what suffragettes did. Of course, not only are all the other organizations left out, right? There's a lot of other suffragist organizations who thought that the WSPU was a bit weird because it was really authoritarian, very, very hierarchical. But you know, it's a complex story, this story, because it wasn't just window smashing, it was bombing. You know, I don't know if people here are aware that the WSPU bombed the shit out of England between 1908 and 1913. You know, there were nitroglycerin bombs, incendiary devices. I mean, it was as many bombs as the IRA detonated in 1939 to 1940. It's just that then the Great War began, and everybody had other things to focus on. And after the war, when they wrote the history of the WSPU, they literally, quote, left out the bombs. This is like a letter. You know, should we leave out the bombs? Yeah. let's leave them out. And I mean, so I mean, I'm not against bombing things necessarily. I'm just interested in how a bunch of adventuring middle-class women fighting for the vote, who then achieved it at the end of the First World War, which they weren't calling the First World War at that point because they didn't know there would be a second one. Yeah. You know, then basically we're like, that's fine, that's enough. We've got suffrage for property owning ladies over 30. That's fine. That's what we are.
We've got suffrage for property owning ladies over 30. We've got suffrage, the right to vote, for property owning ladies. Property ownership is what they mean when they say capitalism. Private property ownership. That means the property owner had power that the non-property owner didn't. That created a hierarchy. The property owner has access to more private resources than the non-property owner. Anytime you hear them talking about privatization or property, they are talking about capitalism.
Moving right along, sorry. I mean, there's a whole movement to the left of the WSPU, but then many ex-suffragettes become fascists in the interwar period.
Oh!
And this is something that liberal historiography is very weird about. Like liberal feminists who, you know, because do you know that the suffragette colors, the purple, white, and green, on social media, this means TERF now? You know, in the UK, if you have those colors in your bio, it means you're basically focused on making trans children and trans women miserable / extinct. That there's this anniversary of the women's, you know, social and political union victory that has been sort of once again. Oh, this was a few years ago, obviously, but you know, it was whitewashed to shit. You know, it was really like. Once again, the bombs were left out, shall we say, and the fact that many of the veterans joined the British Union of Fascists when it was founded in the early 30s is also completely glossed over. And there is a book that exists called Feminine Fascism by someone called Julie Gottlieb, who really epitomizes the approach. And it's like, okay, I, Julie Gottlieb, liberal feminist, am going to have a look at this very, very scary topic, which is that some suffragettes became card-carrying Nazis. Now, before I begin, let's just state the obvious. There can be no such thing as a feminist fascist. Okay? 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 Great. Great. Now, let us proceed.
There can be no such thing as a feminist fascist. Fascist means anyone who is not a communist.
Well, reassuringly, many suffragettes did not join the British Union of Fascists. And the word reassuringly happens like every 7 pages. It's like, anyway, so the point is, sorry, that was very disrespectful, but it is a really bizarre, it's a very, you feel insane reading it because you're like, are we going to learn anything? Ever? I'm waiting. She's just like, this is really scary. I hate this. I hate this. But you know what ends up happening is something very unfeminist, which is that she gives all of the credit for history and action and responsibility for anything to the British Union of Fascists men. And she says, oh, they steal the energy of the women. They wanted to co-opt, they wanted to steal the fire of the suffragettes and absorb that. And it's like, do women do things in your notion of history? And I'm serious about this. If you read Andrea Dworkin's extraordinarily evil final book,
whoa. This isn't an accidental admonition. Sophie is the argument that Sophie explicitly has. I don't know why I have to keep explaining this. The argument that Sophie explicitly has is that you are not a real feminist if you are not a communist. It's explicit. Sophie is also saying that there are many people who consider themselves to be feminists that are not real feminists because they are not communist. So to say that feminism is intrinsically tied to Marxism is not even 100% correct, by the way, because now what you're saying is the root of all feminism is Marxism. No, Sophie is saying explicitly the opposite. She's saying the only real true feminists are communists. All these other people over here who consider themselves to be feminists are not real feminists because they're not communists. So you can't group every single feminist together because that's not the argument that's being made. You cannot make the argument that all feminism is communist because Sophie is explicitly saying this feminism is communist over here and this is the only true form of feminism. All this other shit is not real feminism. That is what she's saying. Okay? That is what she is saying. Yo, we got some gifted channel memberships. Are you guys doing a membership like raid and I didn't even know? W's Axehead with 5 gifted channel memberships. We got W's with old sub with another gifted channel membership. W's with a second one, bringing us up to 7. W's for Anthony with another gifted channel membership, bringing us to 8 more. God, you guys are making me do math. Holy shit, that's like 126. Awesome. Guys, we need about 74 more channel memberships to meet our goal today. If I'm teaching you something that you don't know, please feel free to throw in a channel membership. Throw in $5. Great, gift the chat with a channel membership.
Or maybe it's not her quite final, it's like her penultimate book, Scapegoat. It basically says the women have no responsibility for history whatsoever. One day, women will enter history.
Okay,
and then maybe
well, fine.
And this is like radical feminism, you know?
Yo, Cynthia!
What?
W!
Sorry, I swear I'm not just, well, I'm being polemical, but yeah.
The goddess.
Please. Yes, please, let's. The Zionist feminism thing. Yeah.
Zionist feminism. Spoiler alert, Sophie does not believe that Zionists are real feminists.
Yeah, I have a piece coming out in 2 days. We'll see what the Dworkin revivalists of today make of it. I think it's kind of important in this moment where we have actually been told around the planet that some genocides are feminist, right? That in fact, you know, it's important to annihilate Gaza because of sexual violence committed against Israeli women. You know, that we notice that certain things that are once again popular being reissued, such as, you know, Dworkin's early to middle career over pornography and right-wing women and you know, whatever the ones that they're I don't know which ones they've republished, but there is a sort of strange 6-year long now Dworkin revival, and I have just been, you know, widening my eyes for 6 years, wishing that some other, you know, second waver such as Amber Hollowell or Pat Parker,
Austrian.
or, you know, Joan
Austrian.
Nettle, or you know, there's so many. And you've just finished reading the autobiography of Marsha P. Johnson by Tourmaline. You know, there are so many.
Amazing.
Yeah, but for some reason we're reviving Dworkin. Okay, well perhaps we should think about the fact that the trajectory of her cultural feminism was a statement in Scapegoat, this book from 2000 that she wrote, that looks at the Shoah and then looks at the Nakba, and is constantly, because she is smart enough to not, you know, completely flinch from this, you know, she sees the analogy. She's a very analogistic thinker, much like Wollstonecraft was saying, you know, the wife is actually the slave we should have been worried about this whole time, an even more oppressed slave. She's always sort of, she in fact says the same thing. There is a remarkably long lineage of women's thinkers saying, you know, woman is the N-word of the world, like Yoko Ono said in 1968. In a way, Wollstonecraft said it, and
Woman is the N-word of the world? Not quite, Sophie. A little bit of a higher IQ, but no, like, thanks for that.
Dworkin said it, and
Jeez.
yeah, in a way, I think we've
Sophie just, there are many smart Black people in the world. I'm just saying that, you know, in general. We're individualists on this channel. We do not judge collectively. I'm just saying there are smart Black people too.
Located into thinking it in the West quite a lot. But sorry, to stop parenthesizing. Dworkin seriously proposes in the one book she has.
W's old self. I'll do that for you, bro. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Apparently, YouTube has now cut Old Sub off from giving channel memberships. They did this to Cynthia. Remember, they did that. YouTube has taken away Old Sub's membership card. They've said, Old Sub, you've given out too many channel memberships lately. We think your credit card's been stolen. We're going to take that back. Old Sub's like, I won't be fucking denied. I will just send in a super chat and ask Karlyn to donate the subs. And I will. I will count it as subs because Old Sub cannot be denied. That's just the way it goes. Thank you, Old Sub. We appreciate it.
That what women need to do is to do Israel for women.
Thanks,
and she says this on the back of
appreciate
the
it.
book that looks very deeply at the violence of Zionism. What she does is quite chilling in that sense, because she is willing to say, yeah, this is very, very violent. And in the end, it is justified in the way that a woman killing her rapist is justified. Now, we're in a moment where spokespeople for the Zionist entity are calling Hamas a rape regime.
Yo! W. Chicalago!
I have no real doubt in my heart about where Dworkin would be standing in this moment when it comes to the genocide of Palestinians ongoing right now. But what I do think is important to identify is structures of thought that
Not interested, bro.
towards
Please
this
stop.
fascistic purity, this innocence for a people, right? Which in feminist terms can actually be a sort of female cultural nationalism or a sort of a female sexual separatism. This is one of the strands in our legacy, right? That we inherit. It's one of our mutant kin.
Innocence and all that things that are available to certain women, and I think that goes goes into like toward the end of the book, like the last part is talking about the feminism against cisness, and there's actually a book titled that, about trans feminist theory and anthology. And obviously, like when feminism, like when we call for feminism against
It's
cisness,
fine,
we're
Moon
not
Goddess. Just
talking about
relax. Move on, please.
cisness in terms of like somebody who's not trans. So like even that, privileging cis people, cis bodies over trans people, it's much bigger than that.
I hope everything goes well with you, Moon Goddess. Listen. Moon Goddess, I have nothing personally against you. I hope you understand this, but we hope everything goes well. You don't have to leave. You don't have to do that, but if you're in class, you're in class. I can't give you special treatment, it's just the way it goes. W. Maria Callis fan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Really, really, really do appreciate it. But Moon Goddess, we appreciate you. Just take care of yourself, okay?
Describes the kind of like womanhood that's defined and defended and that's made available to certain women and not to the other women and other people. Right?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to hear like what cisness means in that context.
What is cisness, man?
The anthology Emmy just mentioned is edited by Emma Heaney. Emma Heaney's book, This Watery Place, is also forthcoming next year. And her previous book, The New Woman, is also in this theorization of cisness that provincializes cisness. Really turns on its head the assumption that cisness somehow exists and that women are cis before somehow transness comes along and disrupts.
Well, it's almost over, so you're gonna have to survive.
That she proposes Marxist.
We're moving on to a new video soon. So.
She says that cisness is feminism's counter-revolution, because what cisness is the naturalization of assigned sex.
Hang on, I gotta clip this real quick. Hang on, I gotta clip this. I can hear it on my end, and that's really all that matters for the clip. Hang on.
Next year, and her previous book, The New Woman, is also in this theorization of cisness that provincializes cisness. Really turns on its head the assumption that cisness somehow exists and that women are cis before somehow transness comes along and disrupts this. This is not the way that she proposes Marxist feminism should operate. She says that cisness is feminism's counter-revolution, because what cisness is the naturalization of assigned sex. It's part of the coloniality of gender. It's part of the imposition of an ontology of sex onto bodies.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit further on this clip that I want to make, but this is basically a perfect clip to understand why they invented the term cisness. So it's important for you guys to hear this again anyway. Trans, when Sophie is saying it, this is very important for new people. Trans, when Sophie is saying it, does not mean transition. It does not mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. When Sophie and Queer Marxists say the word trans, they mean transform gender or transcend gender. When people are using the term trans, you have to think of trans people in different, has nothing to do with transhumanism. Nothing to do with that. Completely different thing. No. Don't make shit up. No. When we're talking about the issue of trans, you have to separate different types of trans people into different types of categories. Trans, when it means transition from man to woman or woman to man, is basically like Sophie wouldn't consider them to be true trans people, because when they are transitioning from man to woman or woman to man, they are still upholding the gender binary. Blair White is trans, as in transition from man to woman or woman to man. Most autogynephiliacs, who are trans people because they have a sexual fetish, they transition from man to woman because they have a sexual fetish. all of the and you can argue like mental illness with this stuff, and that's probably a fair thing to make. The reason that they're transitioning is because they're treating a mental illness, because their insides don't match their outside, blah blah blah. Whether you agree with it or not is not the point. The point is when they are transitioning from a man to woman or woman to man, they uphold the gender binary. Caitlyn Jenner, Bruce Jenner, is trans as in transition, okay? It is a very different concept to say trans when you are talking about transcending or transforming the gender binary. Because in Sophie's world, what queer Marxists believe is that being trans means to go outside of the gender binary. It means to be non-binary. It means to be outside of the socially constructed system that capitalism has created. So Sophie does not believe that Caitlyn Jenner is a real trans person because Caitlyn Jenner upheld the gender binary by going from man to woman. Sophie does not believe that Blair White is a real trans person because Blair White upholds the gender binary, went from man to woman. The people that we need to worry the most about are not so much the people that are transitioning from man to woman or woman to man, because whether you like it or whether you don't like it, it doesn't actually really matter. They are still upholding the categories of gender. Sophie and her friends want to abolish the categories of gender entirely. That's why when they say trans, they mean transform or transcend the gender binary, to go beyond the socially constructed categories of men and women. So that's why Sophie is saying here, cisness means to adhere to the socially constructed categories from birth, essentially. Cisness means you are adhering to these socially constructed categories of men and women. That is why, to leftists, cisness is a bad word, because cisness means upholding the gender binary, upholding what they call normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. The queer Marxists believe that they cannot abolish capitalism and create a Marxist utopia as long as the gender binary exists. They have to abolish the gender binary in order to get where they want to go. That means that you might not like trans people like Caitlyn Jenner. You might not like Blair White. You might not like weird people who are autogynephiliacs and, becoming trans because of sexual fetish. Okay, I don't like most of those people either because they have many other things wrong with them, quite frankly, that I just don't want to be around. No offense. I don't think they're bad people for the most part. I just don't want to be a part of it. But it actually doesn't matter because at least they still uphold the gender binary. They may be mentally ill. And they are, but they're upholding the socially constructed categories of gender. So in that sense, I'm not as much worried about them as I am about the people who are trying to completely undermine all cultural norms that uphold capitalism, to include the gender binary, to include the nuclear family. I believe that ideas like Sophie are significantly more dangerous than the ideas of Caitlyn Jenner. I believe the ideas of Sophie are significantly more dangerous to our entire world than whatever Blair White is doing on any given day. I don't really care about that. Does everyone understand the difference between these two? The fact that conservatives still continue to confuse the terms trans and queer, queer meaning wanting to abolish the gender binary, trans meaning upholding the gender binary. That's why we have to be specific about the definition of the term trans. The fact that conservative retards are still confusing their audiences about this, when if you listen to the left, they're very clear about what they believe and they're very clear about what they want to do. Part of the reason that I have to explain this in such minute detail every single time I talk about it is because conservative retards and so-called journalists have so confused their audience on what's actually going on that most people don't understand the difference between the two, and then they attack trans people when really trans people are not the problem. They may be weird and have problems that they need to deal with, but they're not actually the problem. I don't care if people are trans. I don't support the medicalization of kids, obviously. I think that should be clear from anyone who's actually seen the work I've done. But I am far more concerned about people teaching kids that gender is not real. That's what Drag Queen Story Hour is about, guys. How do you abolish the cultural categories of gender? How do you abolish what they believe are made up categories? You don't do it by passing a law saying, from henceforth, there will be no more gender. You can't abolish gender categories like that. What you do is you teach children that gender does not exist, that gender is a spectrum, that you can change your gender as easily as changing an outfit. Spamming the chat with the same question does not increase the odds I'll answer the question, just so you know, Rumble. What they are teaching kids in school, what they are teaching kids through Drag Queen Story Hour is that gender is not real. That is the real grooming that is happening in schools. That is the real grooming that is happening in schools. Conservatives want to make everything about pedophilia. And I'm not saying that that doesn't exist. Of course it does. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be constantly vigilant to protect kids. Of course they should be. But the real grooming in schools that never gets talked about is that they are teaching kids from the time they are 5 years old that gender is not real, gender is made up, gender is a spectrum. You can change your gender as easy as you're changing an outfit. That is the real grooming that's going on. That is what's creating an entire generation of autistic kids who all think they're queer by the time they're teenagers. That is what Drag Queen Story Hour is about. It's about showing kids, it's not about sexualizing kids. That was always conservative bullshit. It's about showing kids, look at this cartoon character-like person that has a gender that goes back and forth between man and women. And isn't it fun to dress up in sparkles and look like a fucking cartoon character? It's introducing them to the concept that gender is not real. That is the explicit fucking goal of Drag Queen Story Hour. They write about it in their fucking manifesto. The fact that conservatives are so obsessed with things that are pretty much not even happening, that they cannot even interact with this issue. They can't even wrap their heads around the fact that this was never about sexualizing kids. That was never the fucking point. The point was to teach kids that gender is not real. And that is the definition of cisness, people that adhere to the gender binary that we are about to listen Sophie give again. But first, we're going to go to Maria Callas fan here. I'm about to go all in on the type of LGBTQ allyship, liberal dem stuff that people like Cyndi Lauper espouse because they're the ones the real socialists are scared of because they appease. I've given up on the right's ability to desire. Yeah. Yup, I've given up on the right's ability to organize as well. Maria Callas fan, I have. I've given up on their ability to organize as well. So let's listen to this definition of cisness one more time.
And that's made available to certain women and not to the other women and other people. Right?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to hear like what the cisness means in that context.
Yeah, the anthology Emmy just mentioned is edited by Emma Heaney. Emma Heaney's book.
Oh shit! Hang on, I gotta do that again. Apologies. Hang on, one more time. Sorry, my bad.
Because it's something that that describes the kind of like womanhood that's defined and defended and that's made available to certain women and not to the other women and other people. Right?
Absolutely.
So I'd like to hear like what the cisness means in that context.
Yeah, the anthology Emmy just mentioned is edited by Emma Heaney. Emma Heaney's book, This Watery Place, is also forthcoming next year. And her previous book, The New Woman, is also in this theorization of cisness that provincializes cisness. Really turns on its head the assumption that cisness somehow exists and that women are cis before somehow transness comes along and disrupts this. This is not the way that she proposes Marxist feminism should operate. She says that cisness is feminism's counter-revolution, because what cisness is the naturalization of assigned sex. It's part of the coloniality of gender. It's part of the imposition of an ontology of sex onto bodies. And so, this is a really important thing for our times because we're facing, a fascist moment that has a significant feminist face, right? I know this sounds intense, but as Emmy was saying, the statement is stronger. I'm saying that racism, I mean, I'm not the first to say this, but racism is sometimes a patriarchal form of feminism, or the fascism is one of feminism's forms of appearance. That we need to understand that in history, there has been this ontological approach to womanhood, that is actually a counter-revolutionary gesture against a feminist undercommons that doesn't need to know how to define a woman. The MAGA people will try and gotcha you all day with, define woman then. No, there should be no hesitation or confusion among our ranks, if you like, about this. Just decline. That, feminism has proceeded beautifully, without a definition of women. If you do not need it, feminism does not need it to proceed. Feminism is in fact doing pretty good. It's actually everywhere, right? There are many lamentations from a certain kind of quarter of the left about the shitness and cringeness of feminism in the now. And this is just because, the speaker is not seeing herself and her historical notions of what feminism is in the world around her. But in fact, abolition feminism, trans feminism, sex worker-led feminism, junkie communism, it's actually everywhere. And the revolution of trans kids, right? The huge threat to cis heteropatriarchy and capitalist settler colonial futurity, the bodily autonomy and self-knowledge and deprivatizing horizon of trans children are opposing. That's clearly the feminism of our moment in a significant way, right? I just realized that we've talked for almost an hour, Emmy, and we were supposed to have a conversation with the rest of the.
I would just like to thank Sophie for topping off that clip by saying, literally, trans kids are against capitalism. That was great, Soph. That was real great. That was, I think, the most perfect way I ever could have thought of, Sophie, for you to end that specific clip. All right. Now listen, I've had some retard over on Rumble ranting at me for, actually, let me do the super chat first because that's more important to me, because Old Sub gave me money. Hey, thanks, Old Sub, appreciate it. I will donate to those 2 channel memberships. Thank you, good sir. We are up to 150 donated channel memberships for the stream. We're trying to get to 200. We still got a lot more streaming to go, guys, just because we just finished this video. We've got much more Socialism Saturday left to go. As a reminder, we are celebrating the birthday tonight of the ginger dragon, Sophie Lewis, our favorite abolish the family communist, whose birthday is tomorrow. Sophie, like me, is an Aries. That's why Sophie pretends that she hates me, but she doesn't actually hate me. I know she can't hate me. Aries women, we can't hate each other. It's just the way it goes, Sophie. Thank you, Shikalago! Thank you for the channel membership, getting us on the downhill track to 200 gifted channel memberships. We just need 49 left. If I'm teaching you guys something, please feel free to reward the chat with a channel membership. I would appreciate it. Now, we have some person who I've never seen before, only over on Rumble. Hey, thanks, Red Menace Guru W! Appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. Now, we have someone over on Rumble who's been asking questions and wreaking all sorts of havoc in the chat, and people are trying to reason with him in the chat. So let me go back and look at his question. Does Sophie exclude Blair from her definition? Yes, Sophie does not consider Blair White to be a true trans woman for explicitly the reason I explained. And Computer Nerd is saying, What about all this pedophilia bullshit that I hear on conservative media? And Karlyn says it's not about those things, but I watch a lot of conservative clickbait, and all I know is conservative clickbait, and so I think it is about those things. W. Anthony in the chat, I appreciate it. Hey, computer nerd, we're watching the far left directly here. We're not doing your conservative clickbait bullshit. It is explicitly what I took the time to explain it as. If you have questions about that, what I'm going to say is rewind the stream and watch it again until literally you understand what's going on. That's it. If you don't understand it, rewind the stream, do it again, listen again, and answer your question that way. But like continuing to rant and rave about conservative bullshit talking points, probably not going to win you many favors here. Just saying, probably not. All right, now, hopefully the next presentation has better volume than the previous one. Hang on, let me check real quick. Oh, it does, I think. Unless, no, we're not. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove that fucking volume extension because it's fucking up my computer. And it's not allowing me to actually display the video the way I want to. So hang on. The volume is much better on this other video. So hopefully we don't need that volume thing again, because that kind of sucked to share that, honestly. Can I actually do what I want to do? Yes. The volume extension, the reason why I didn't have the video maximized on the last one, the volume fucking extender thing totally fucked up my ability to do that. And now it's gone, and we don't have to deal with it anymore. All right, guys, we're heading into the back half of Socialism Saturday, which could conceivably take another 3 hours. One in the chat if you are ready for a marathon of Socialism Saturday tonight. There is no other way to celebrate the birthday of Sophie. One in the chat if you're ready for a marathon of Socialism Saturday tonight. Two in the chat if you've got better things to do. Got some ones. Mood Goddess, take care of yourself. We appreciate you. Got some ones. All right, guys. We are moving into a presentation that was filmed on February 27th, 2026. So this presentation is a little over 1 month old. This presentation took place at Barnard College, which is a super leftist college in New York City. This presentation was part of the Scholar and Feminist Conference, and is called Protectionist Feminism and Its Legacies from Sex Wars to Carceral Feminism. If you have a question, it's fine to ask. Just don't be a dick about it. Questions are fine. Let me be clear. Questions are always acceptable. Conservative retardation and bullshit talking points are not acceptable. So if you phrase things in the form of a question, Karlyn, why do socialists do X, Y, B, and Z? Instead of making a statement like, conservatives are all pedophiles and they're all pedophiles and they're pedophiles, instead of making a conservative bullshit statement like that, you'll be fine. Just phrase everything in the form of a question, not a conservative retard statement. It's real simple, bro. You're in a classroom right now. This is about learning. You're in my classroom. Me teacher, you student. Yo, Grillis! Thank you so much for the super chat. Birthday and 33, the magic number for our ginger dragon. Yes, indeed, indeed. All right, guys. I'm going to start this. I need to pee really quick. So I'm going to start this. I'm going to run to the little communist room. I will be right back, and we will do the rest of this presentation. I'll get it started before I go.
Would like to invite our afternoon panelists to please come to the stage. And while they are coming up, I will announce a change of moderator. This afternoon's panel on protectionist feminisms and its legacies, from the sex wars to carceral feminism, was originally to be moderated by Professor Elizabeth Bernstein in the Department of WGSS. Professor Bernstein is ill today and is unable to do this. So the magnificent Janet R. Jacobson has stepped in to cover. And luckily, this same panel is exactly up her alley. So she's not even really stepping across the boundaries of her extensive scholarship to do this. I'm not going to reintroduce Janet because you were lucky enough to hear from her this morning, but I will ask you to help me thank her for stepping in at the last minute.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I'm very sad that Elizabeth is sick, and I will read her. She's so on top of things that last night she just sent me the full script, so I have everything. I'm very happy to be here for many reasons. To sub for Elizabeth, in part, we've been together on several collaborative projects. As you've heard, BCRW is a very collaborative undertaking, and I've had the great pleasure to work with Elizabeth Bernstein on at least 3 of those projects, including a transnational one called Paradoxes of Neoliberalism.
Wait. I got to show this to you guys. While I was in the little communist room, the conservative retard over on Rumble, who did not like the answer I gave him about no conservative bullshit, says, I don't understand how you claim to be this big anti-commie influencer, but you run cover for the left. It's not conservative BS. Literally, this is, oh my fucking God. Is someone fucking pranking me? Did one of you guys create a retard account on Rumble? And you're pranking me right now. You're fucking pranking me right now. This can't be fucking real. It's not conservative BS. Literally go on any Libs of TikTok video and then repost the video of Libs and Debs saying this stuff and promoting these things. It has to be real. I saw it on social media from my favorite conservative retard commentators. It has to be real. Did one of you make a fake account just to fucking prank me? Are you serious? You honestly could not have had a better prank. It's primary source evidence. No, retard. No, it's not. Things posted on TikTok for clickbait are not primary source evidence. You literally don't know what primary source evidence is, bro. You're running cover for the left. No, bro. No. It's retards like you running cover for the left. It is conservative retards and they're conservative retard influencers who just make shit up all day, every day to feed off and profit off of conservative retard sensibilities. It's you assholes that are running cover for the left. You don't even know who the left is. You don't understand what the left believes. You have no fucking clue what's going on around you because all you consume is conservative retard content delivered to you from narrative shills who are paid to lie to you. It's gotta be fake. This is like literally gotta be fake. I can't exposes libtards. Okay, if libtards are your biggest problem, you're not smart enough to be here. Let me say that again. If libtards are your biggest problem, you are not smart enough to be on my channel. We have an IQ test here, bro. If you think we're watching liberals, you literally weren't listening in the last talk where Sophie explicitly said she doesn't like liberals. Did you hear that in the last talk? Because I heard that. Sophie was shit-talking liberals, you stupid motherfucker. We are not watching liberals. We are watching the real far left that you don't even fucking know exists because you listen to conservative retard influencers and clickbait like libs of fucking TikTok. W's in the chat, Virgo Moon for the channel membership. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Hang on, let's add that to the tally. Every single week with this bullshit. Let's see, has he said anything else or is he gone? All right, he seems to be gone. All right, scared him off. That's fine. At least we've only had one conservative retard moment tonight. I feel like I've been rather restrained in the yelling, if I'm being honest about it. W. Ginny over on Rumble. Thank you, Ginny, Texas, for the channel membership. I appreciate that. 45 more to go.
That the book has just been translated into Spanish, and our sister organization, our sibling organization at the Autonomous National University of Mexico is hosting a book launch for us in March, and you'll be able to get the book in Spanish here at BCRW.
Who do I advise that you listen to that's not a conservative bullshit con artist? How about you listen directly to the left like we're doing right now? How about you actually focus on primary sources, not the bullshit clickbait on libs of TikTok? That's what I suggest you do. Literally sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen to what is being said on the screen and try not to break anything.
Representatives from CIEG have spoken at the
All
Scholar and
good,
Feminist
bro.
Conference
All
one
good.
year. The then director.
Listen. Many people here arrive retarded, okay? One in the chat if there was a time when you were retarded when it came to the left. 2 in the chat if you've always known everything. I need to make sure people understand this because some people might be new. 1 in the chat if there was a time when you were retarded when it came to what the left believes. 2 in the chat if you always knew everything. Part of the problem with conservative influencers lying to their audiences and misinforming their audiences is that they have made their audiences retarded. Conservative influencers and conservative content creators and conservative journalists, none of whom are actual journalists, by the way, they have actually made their audience fucking retarded by lying to them and scamming them with clickbait for years. It is not your fault if you arrive here retarded. The vast majority, and including me, by the way, I used to be retarded about this shit. I had to learn this stuff live on the internet. People literally watched me learning this on the internet in real time. This is going back over the course of years and years and years and years and years. It doesn't really matter if they're lying or they have no clue. Conservative influencers have put themselves in a position of being responsible for informing the public. It was their responsibility to become informed and educated in what they were talking about. I didn't start teaching this stuff seriously until I learned what I was talking about. You can literally go back years on this channel and watch me learn this information in real time alongside a bunch of the people who were here at the time. We're talking like 4 or 5 years ago. So I agree with you that many conservative influencers don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about, but that's their fault. They have ample opportunities to learn this information. We've tried to give them this information. Do you guys know, for people who are new here, do you guys know how many hours me and people in my community have spent sending clips to conservative influencers, sending this content to conservative influencers, trying to break it down, making the content accessible to them as easy as possible? It's not that they don't have access to the information, it's that they don't give a fuck. 1 in the chat if you have ever tried to educate a conservative influencer or journalist or content creator about this stuff using direct primary source evidence and they haven't listened to you. 2 in the chat if you've never tried to do it. 1 in the chat if you have tried to educate some sort of conservative influencer and they didn't want to fucking listen. 2 in the chat if you've never tried to do it. 3 in the chat if you tried and they totally listened to what you said. I cannot even tell you guys how much time and energy has been spent trying to reason with conservative influencers and content creators that are lying to and misinforming their fucking audiences, and they never fucking listen. They literally never listen. There are very few exceptions to this. Kim Iverson has listened. Harrison Smith has listened. There are a few. Even Dr. Drew, he listened. He may not have liked what I had to say, but at least he fucking listened. Like, there have been very, very few conservative influencers that have listened. In fact, most of the time when we try to give them this information, What do? Block us. One in the chat if you have ever been blocked by a conservative influencer for sharing primary source evidence with them that they didn't want to hear. 2 in the chat if that's never happened to you. 1 in the chat if you've been blocked by a conservative influencer or content creator because you tried to share this information with them and they didn't want to fucking hear it. 2 in the chat if that little treat hasn't happened to you yet. Bunch of 1s in the chat. Some 2s as well. That's fine. It doesn't happen to everyone. But there are more than enough people that I've seen directly. All they're trying to do is actually say, nah, bro, you got that wrong. Here's what it actually is. And the fucking influencer blocks them for their trouble. So I have no fucking sympathy. I have actually no sympathy for people who put themselves in positions of being responsible for informing the public and they don't take the time to understand what they're talking about. And by the way, literally any influencer or content creator can come to me and DM me on Twitter and say, Karlyn, what the fuck is going on with this? And I'll give them the information. They don't even have to credit me for it. If they literally just asked me to explain it to them, and I would just I would do it in private as long as they weren't misinforming the fucking public. Do you want to know how rarely that happens? Happens every once in a while. Doesn't happen that often because they don't give a fuck.
Was the favorite person of everyone at the after party, so, you know, we can have hopes. All right, Elizabeth Bernstein is professor of WGSS and sociology at Barnard College, Columbia University. She is the author of several important books, of which the Paradoxes of Neoliberalism is in a certain way the least important. And her solo books have been award-winning and have helped to establish the field we're here to talk about today, which is about protectionist feminism. In particular, her most recent book, Brokerage Subjects, Sex, Trafficking, Commas Matter, and the Politics of Freedom. And she has developed crucial concepts that are used in the field, including militarized humanitarianism and carceral feminism. So we could not do better than to have this conversation through a panel that was organized by Elizabeth in conjunction with the planning committee at the BCRW. And I'm now going to read her words describing the panel itself very briefly before introducing our esteemed speakers who have all written like 75 books, and they're all award-winning too. Okay. This panel explores how discourses of safety, protection, pleasure, and resistance have shaped feminist theorizing and activism, as well as the impact that they have had in the world more broadly. As the panelists assembled here have written about in various historical and political contexts, the language and tactics of protectionist feminism, premised upon ideals of punishment of perpetrators and the protection of victims, have often been mobilized through violent tactics at the level of the campus, the city, the nation, and the globe. These dynamics have long histories that have extended into contemporary feminist politics, from the 1982 Scholar and Feminist Conference, which you've heard about already, and the diary of which was censored by Barnard, and which is remembered as a flashpoint of the feminist sex wars, to the racist expansions of policing through carceral feminism, to the imperial deployment of feminist rhetorics to justify wars, to current trans exclusionary claims to protect cisgendered women. At the same time, on college campuses across the country, recent invocations of care and well-being have coincided with draconian disciplinary measures against student activists and the censoring of feminist research, raising questions about what and who is actually protected in the name of feminism. Over the course of the last decade, critical feminist scholars and activists, including the ones gathered here, have sought to trouble the notion of feminist consensus through potent critiques of various forms of protectionist feminism, including white feminism, carceral feminism, trans-exclusive radical feminism, and femino-nationalism, among others. Sophie Lewis, who joins us today, has helpfully glossed these as enemy feminisms.
Enemy feminism.
By tracing these legacies historically and as they have emerged within the current political moment, this panel invites us to think together about questions such as the following. These are the questions that were given to the panelists. How do racially stratified logics of punishment and protection continue to inform different feminist interventions? Considering the explicitly anti-feminist, authoritarian, and patriarchal moment that we now find ourselves in, one that seems to be remarkably impervious to questions of sexual violence, to what extent are critiques of protectionist feminism still useful? And given more recent genocidal campaigns in Gaza and elsewhere, what has been the fate of the idea that Muslim women need saving, as Laila Abu Lughod has famously written about? My final questions for the panelists are more hopeful ones. These are still Elizabeth's questions. What lessons can we take from the past and present feminist formations about the importance of foregrounding pleasure and of building new imaginations of justice beyond the carceral state? I would add beyond the state itself, but that's a whole other thing. And how might alternative feminist practices of solidarity, care, pleasure, and resistance unsettle punitive and protectionist logics and open up more liberatory futures? Yeah, that's nice. So let's clap for Elizabeth. Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, I will now briefly introduce the panelists, and I encourage you to look at the beautiful programs or online for their full bios, because seriously, I could sit here for 20 minutes and just read the titles of books. We're going to speak alphabetically, I understand, so we'll start with Laila Abu Lughod, who is Joseph L. Buddenweiser Professor of Social Science at Columbia University, where she teaches anthropology and gender studies and has led both the Institute of Sexuality and Gender and the Center for Social Difference. And I have to say, you know, having worked at Barnard for so long, how fortunate we are in our Columbia colleagues, in Sarah's, as you heard, in Jean Howard, in Laila. This is not true always between Barnard and Columbia, you might have heard. And so we are deeply grateful to their solidarity.
Columbia.
All right, she's a leading voice in the debates about culture, gender, Islam, and global feminist politics. And her award-winning books include the one most relevant perhaps for this panel, Do Muslim Women Need Saving? She is also, her latest book, and was a project that I was also proud to participate.
Oh, no. Are they going to talk about Islam in this? Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go.
It's called The Cunning of Gender Violence, Geopolitics and Feminism, which was published in 2022 out of Duke and co-edited by Rema Hamami and Nadara Shalhoub-Kevorkian, and is based on a collaborative, and this was truly another collaborative project and truly also transnational. All right, Lisa Dugan is a journalist, activist, and professor of social and cultural analysis at New York University, and we are fortunate enough that she is teaching here at Barnard College. She is also the past president of the American Studies Association. She, again, is the author of many books, two of which I will name, Twilight.
Duke also has a crazy gender conference. We've watched this a couple times, but like Duke University has a crazy gender conference that they invite all the same people. Sophie actually spoke there like last year. Yup, it is Lisa Dugan, you're right.
Of equality, neoliberalism.
We've seen Lisa Dugan in the Abolish the Family presentations before. She's like a reoccurring character, but she hasn't shown up in a while.
Cultural politics and the attack on democracy. And she's co-author with Nan D. Hunter of Sex Wars, Sexual Dissent and Political Culture. Oh, and also, I'll just say another one, and co-editor, because it's relevant to today, co-editor with Lauren Bryant of Armonica Ourselves, The Clinton Affair, and National Interest.
Armonica
her latest book, Mean Girl and
Ourselves.
Neoliberal Greed, is part of the American Studies Now series, which she co-edits with Curtis Merez for the University of California Press. All right, Greta LaFleur is the associate, yay, fans, it's always good to have fans in the audience, is associate professor of American Studies and Women's Studies, Gender and Sexuality at Yale University.
Yale!
LaFleur is the author of The Natural History of Sexuality in Early America, and the co-editor of 2 edited volumes, including Transhistorical Gender Plurality Before the Modern and special issues of GLQ and TSQ. They are currently working on 2 new projects, How Sex Becomes Good, I won't make a joke, The Feminist Movements, and racial politics that made modern sexuality, and a co-authored book of essays on birding, which I have a whole thing on trees, so I'm very excited about the birding book in particular. Dr. Sophie Lewis is a feminist writer, theorist, and self-described recovering academic. None of us are envious of this. Don't we wish? Okay, her fifth book, again, so many books, The Liberation of Children, is forthcoming from Penguin Random House in 2027.
Okay, this is going to be great. This is good. So I just want to prepare for everyone. So now we're almost 3 hours into Socialism Saturday. So if you've already made it this far, like, congratulations, guys. Sophie is releasing a book soon about the liberation of children. What that means is the abolition of parental rights. Why does Sophie want to liberate children from the oppressive parental rights that are preventing them from being liberated? Because Sophie is an abolish the family communist. When communists say private property ownership, when they say capitalism, they mean private property ownership. When they say private property ownership, one of the things they believe is that parental rights are a form of private property ownership of your children. They believe it's akin to slavery. Parental rights equals property ownership in the same way that slave owners own slaves as private property. Sophie believes, yes, exactly. And this is where the aha moment comes off. Every single attack on parental rights that exists in this country, all the bullshit going on in schools, where schools are trying to prevent parents from knowing what's going on with the gender of their kid, it all comes back to this issue. Queer Marxists, communists believe that parental rights are a form of private property. In order to abolish capitalism and implement a communist utopia, they must abolish parental rights to destroy the privatized nuclear family and make all the children belong to everyone. That is what Sophie's book is going to be about. I don't even need to know anything more about it other than it's a book about the liberation of children. What it actually is a book arguing to abolish parental rights because they believe parental rights are a form of property ownership, which will inevitably lead to the abolition of the nuclear family, which they need to abolish in order to overthrow capitalism. Does everyone understand? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said, 2 in the chat if it's confusing. And I'm going to tell you what, man, Sophie's going to have to go on a book tour for this book. If you think we're not showing up at the Sophie book readings, oh, you're fucking insane. We're absolutely going to the Sophie book readings. Sophie's going to be on video talking about the liberation of children. I can't fucking wait. I wish Sophie all of the success in the world on this child's liberation book. I think this is going to be really great content for us. And yeah. Actually, do you guys want to see Sophie saying this explicitly? It's a really short clip. If you go over to my Substack and you look up parental rights. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted at all. Parental rights. Here it is. Here it is. Let's listen to Sophie tell us what she thinks about parental rights. This is from a previous Sophie presentation that we watched.
Yes, it's true. What the far right says, feminism wants to abolish the family. To hell with family values, and all capitalist value for that matter. And fuck parents' rights. My hunch is that just beyond the horizon, beckoning to those of us who want to hear it, there is a world of relationship no longer strangled by scarcity and no longer held hostage by economics.
That is what Sophie believes, guys. Fuck parental rights. That is the basis of her book about child's liberation. And we're going to have a lot of fun with this. She does not. There are many abolish the family communists who do. Just because someone wants to abolish the family does not mean they have kids. Although Sophie does not have kids, there are absolutely abolish the family communists who do have kids. 100%.
Besides touring on public speaking engagements, Lewis teaches short courses online, open to all, for the nonprofit, the Brooklyn Institute for...
Hang on. I'm not going to answer your question, but I'm going to tell you what your problem is. You're trying to debunk them. This is not about debunking them. This is not about what you believe. What you believe doesn't fucking matter. The reason you're confused is because you're not learning what they believe just as it is. What they believe is fact. You cannot debunk them out of believing what they believe. They don't agree with you. They do not see the world the same way. So saying, excuse me, do you know that you're wrong for reason X, Y, B, and Z? It literally means nothing to them. This is not about debunking them. This is not about deprogramming them. We're never going to do that. They are in a cult. They cannot be reasoned with. This is about understanding them. No, what you're trying to do is debunk them. You can understand them separately from what you believe is true. What you believe is true doesn't matter.
Research on, yes, let's be happy as we're talking about different kinds of infrastructure we can build. The Brooklyn Institute for Social Research on subjects ranging from anti-work philosophy to the sex wars. Lewis's cultural criticism appears regularly in Harper's, N+1, and the London Review of Books.
No.
A selection of...
You were doing so well. You were doing so well until you said, I'm taking my toys and going home because you're not giving me the answer that I want to hear. You were doing so well, bro. And now I got to stop the fucking stream and I got to go come over to Twitter and I have to block you because you stormed out like a petulant fucking child. And I don't tolerate that shit, bro. I really don't tolerate that shit. So you're getting blocked on Twitter. And you'll have to access my stream somewhere else in the future. Because, like, you're not saying what I want you to say. Like, that shit, nothing pisses me off more than that. Go away.
Is forthcoming in June 2026. And she is also the author of Abolish the Family, Full Surrogacy Now, and Enemy Feminisms. And importantly, you can follow her freelance work at, I'm just going to go with Patreon because I can't really see anything, at patreon.com. But really, seriously, follow, become a subscriber. Also buy a BCRW tote bag. And finally, Amber Jamila Musser is professor of English, Africana Studies, and Black, Race, and Ethnic Studies at the CUNY Graduate Center. Yes, yay. She writes and researches at the intersections of race, sexuality, and aesthetics. Her most recent book is Between Shadows and Noise, Sensation, Situatedness, and the Undisciplined. Her collaborative projects include co-editing keywords for gender and sexuality studies, which I teach all the time. And she is also the co-editor of Social Text. So please welcome our esteemed panel. And we've given them the option of either going to the podium or staying seated. Either is great, but I would recommend the podium, honestly. So here is Lila.
I'm really honored to be here as part of BCRW and this conference and in this community, which has been amazing already today. But my time is short, so I'm just going to jump right in. Our panel's brief was, as you heard, to consider protectionist feminism, to ask what and who is protected in the name of feminism. And I imagine that I was invited because a clear example of protectionist feminism is the imperial deployment of feminist rhetoric to justify war. I wrote on the subject in my book, Do Muslim Women Need Saving? But today, I want to talk about something else that has troubled feminists since October 7th, 2023. For the past decade, I've been working with a group of feminist colleagues on questions related to governance feminism, to use the term legal theorist Janet Halley has given us to describe what happens when feminists walk the halls of power. Nancy Fraser and Diane Otto call them feminism's uncanny doubles or institutionalized doubles. I think maybe my fellow panelist, Sophie Lewis, might call them enemy feminisms. I'm not sure. And we tracked in our book, The Cunning of Gender Violence, how feminism had been contained by inclusion. Am I okay in terms of speed? Okay, sorry, I suddenly realized. Been contained by inclusion as we attended to the 5 C's that Hallie warned us feminists risk in inclusion, collusion, complicity, collaboration, compromise, and co-optation. And since October 7th, I think we're witnessing something new in governance feminism, a feminism that speaks through the idiom of one of the most important successes of governance feminism, conflict-related sexual violence, or CRSV, as it goes by, and seeks to work through its institutionalized forms. I don't think it's enough to say that they're weaponizing CRSV, although colleagues have offered excellent arguments for that, writing about the deployment of of atrocity narratives, the workings of racial phantoms, and the selectivity in kinds of women who deserve protection. I want to look instead at the effects of working through the discursive formation of CRSV to ask how the availability of the institutional architecture and universalizing legal vocabularies associated with CRSV have offered feminists ready-made frames for interpreting events and prescribing courses of action. And my argument is that some feminists have used it to produce realities where there is uncertainty, to obscure contexts, and to justify carceral responses. Details of the, as you know, the deadly conflagration that occurred on October 7th when Palestinian militants broke through the border fence that had penned in the whole population of Gaza for decades are still unclear. In the absence of impartial investigation, and in the face of competing narratives, one aspect of what is alleged to have happened has been given a privileged place in the media and in the dominant discourses of Israel and Western powers and publics. And this has brought feminists into the story. It has also divided feminists. To show how CRSV has played a part, I'll talk first about a panel of experts on CRSV that was convened on February 9th, 2024 at Hillary Clinton's recently inaugurated Institute for Global Politics at Columbia School.
Did you go to college? I'm not saying people have to go to college, by the way. I'm asking you, did you go to college? It's yes or no. Did you go to college? Okay, so then the answer is no, you didn't go to college. Okay, so the reason I ask that is not to say that everyone needs to go to college. I think some people do need to go to college. I think some people don't. I don't think that, I say this as someone with a literal PhD, I don't think you need to go to college to be smart. I'm not saying that people who go to college are fundamentally better. You went to art school? Okay, this is a completely different thing then. The reason, I'm trying to ascertain your background, because the reason that this seems abstract to you is that you didn't go to college. Because the thing of it is, this is how they talk in academia. They don't do this in art school. They were not talking about art school here. This is how they talk in like the gender studies places and the critical race theory places and the education schools. So it seems abstract to you because you're not used to hearing language in this way. This is where, and I'm saying this because I think there's probably a lot of people on this stream who didn't go to college and who have not been in these environments. I have been in these environments. Not only did I do a fuck ton of college myself, I worked in higher education for 10 years. And so higher education and academia and these types of environments are where this separate language of socialists developed. They are speaking their language in this environment. That's not a language that you speak because you haven't been immersed in their environment. But this is how these ideas get made. This is literally where these ideas are brewed. in all of the gender studies places, in all of like the queer theory places, and all of the crazy liberal arts shit. This is how they talk in all those institutions. And so this is just a matter of like, if you don't understand it, don't ever fucking talk back to Reagan in this chat. When you are addressing Reagan, consider that you're addressing me. I appreciate that you think I've lost weight. Reagan is telling you I don't need advice about this, which is actually true, by the way. Well, I do appreciate the nice sentiment. What I will tell you is there is no quicker way to get on my bad side than back-talking Reagan in my fucking chat. So while I appreciate the compliment, I really don't actually need advice on the weight issue. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know exactly how much. I've actually thought, side note, I've actually thought about what would happen if I do actually get irresponsibly skinny, and can I do some sort of like social point? Can I actually make a social point about you assholes on the right harassed me about my weight for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. You harassed me almost every day of my life about my weight. You Photoshop pictures of me to make me look fatter than I am. You spread all sorts of lies about me all over the internet. And maybe I am going to get a little too dangerously skinny. I've actually thought about doing this. Maybe because if I follow the diet I'm on, I will get dangerously skinny. Just so people are like, it will inevitably happen. And I've actually thought about why don't I just do it? Why don't I just do it to prove the point that this is what happens when you literally harass people every fucking day of their lives about this issue for years and years and years, to the point that all of my work is completely fucking overshadowed because all conservatives seem to care about is my weight. Do they care about the content of my work? No. Do they care about all the times I've gone undercover with the left? No. Do they care about like coming to classes and learning this shit like you guys are doing tonight? No. What do they care about? Always and forever my weight. Making it very clear to me that my work is fucking irrelevant if I don't fit into the clothing size they want me to fit into. And by the way, most of their fat asses don't fit into those clothing sizes either, which is the most ironic part of it. Because if you go to fucking CPAC, they're all fat women in fucking suits from JCPenney that look like fat women in suits from fucking JCPenney. Anyway. I do hope that explanation about college helped you out. Yeah, it's not that you're dumb. It's not that you're like not smart. It's that you haven't been in these environments, so you don't speak their language.
Of international and public affairs. Then I'll talk about a major report produced in July 2025 titled The Quest for Justice, October 7th and Beyond.
Precisely. It is a parallel language. Precisely.
It was co-authored by 3 Israeli feminists. Now, every feminist and every human being should be deeply concerned about sexual violence. War and military conflict, we know, are never good for women, not to mention other humans. The problem is that no one to this day knows exactly what took place and who did what to whom on October 7th. Evidence was destroyed and credible witnesses have been scarce. Lurid reports have been retracted or debunked, though they still lurk in the public imagination. And this has left feminists unsure where to stand. So the event convened at SIPA in February 2024 carried the neutral title, Preventing and Addressing Conflict-Related Sexual Violence.
And by the way, if you get your clothes at JCPenney, I'm really not trying to shit on you. Listen, honestly, like I haven't been in a JCPenney in years, but I'm sure they have some clothes that are fucking acceptable. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad if you get your clothes there. I'm saying that if you're getting like a fucking suit there that has 80 shoulder pads and it looks very conservative, like something you would wear like I don't know, to like a business interview or something, like it's not a good look and you should try harder. That's all I'm saying.
Panel included anti-violence feminist activists from Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Ukraine, all on Zoom, and one man attending in person, the journalist Jeffrey Gettleman, who had written a still controversial article in the New York Times about October 7th. The effect of juxtaposing Congo and Sudan with Israel on October 7th was to assimilate the certainty and the magnitude of the former.
Well, why do you think this is? What do you think they mean when they say gender violence? They're talking about gender violence at a conference about abolishing gender. What do you think they mean when they say gender violence? Do they just mean violence against women? They believe capitalism is literally violence. Capitalism as an oppressive force is literally violence. As long as the gender categories exist, there will be gender violence because capitalism is literally violence. That's primarily what they're talking about. That's why they can have a conference about abolishing gender and talk about gender violence, because they believe capitalism is violence that inflicts oppression onto everyone as long as there are gendered categories.
To the latter. It made them equivalent, while confirming the relevance of talking about October 7th in terms of sexual violence. The moderator of the panel was somebody who was mentioned earlier today, Sheryl Sandberg. Neither an expert on CRSV nor a feminist activist involved in CRSV on the ground like the others were. She's the lean-in feminist and former COO of Meta. Her qualification for this role was that she was the presenter and interviewer for 60-minute.
This is not to be pausing too much, but I think these are important conversations to have. I understand the words, just not necessarily the arrangement of the words. I'm avoiding my tendency. Well, but what this means, worker Ray, is that you are learning the language. This is how it happens when you learn the language. You learn a word here, you learn a word here, you learn a word here. Over time, you're going to make sense of it. It takes months of people watching this content to learn the language. So if you're somewhere in the learning process of the language, then this is how it's going to be confusing for a little while. Just allow, you're like in level one of a French course. You're going to learn more the more the French course you do. It's like when everyone downloads those language apps and we do like the first week of lessons and we feel like we're doing pretty good. And then we just stop doing the lessons in the language app, even though we want to learn the language, but life gets in the way. We just stop doing the lessons. The language will become clearer the more you work your way through the levels. But it's like, you can't cheat this. There's no shortcut to learning a foreign language. You actually just have to do the work and learn the fucking language. So it literally just takes time. Whatever, do you want to learn German? Do you want to learn Chinese, Mandarin? Whatever language you want to learn, it's fine.
Documentary produced by an Israeli media company in Tel Aviv and released in April 2024 called Screams Before Silence. The film followed from the article by the man on the panel who tried to ingratiate himself with the audience by saying that all he wanted to do in his reporting was to give voice to women victims.
The man on the panel.
Clinton's final remarks made clear the panel's purpose, departing from the neutral wording of the title of the panel, preventing and addressing. She said the panel was about preventing and prosecuting conflict-related sexual violence. And here, I think we see the carceral deployment of protectionist governance feminism.
Old Sub got his channel membership capabilities back. W's in the chat for Old Sub. Thanks for the 5 gifted channel memberships, bro. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We're looking for 40 more channel memberships before the end of the stream. If you guys want to contribute, that'd be awesome.
The second case is the group that produced the report called The Quest for Justice. The Israeli protectionist feminists who wrote it offer, on the face of it, simply participation in a universalist governance feminist position that insists that we take seriously sexual violence against women in conflict. The report speaks through CRSV's legal language and makes its arguments about evidence and responsibility in its idioms. But the text and the subtext belie the neutrality of their mobilization of its circuits and its legal tools. The report explicitly seeks to have Hamas blacklisted by the Secretary General of the UN, and its authors flout the core tenets of UN resolutions and procedures related to CRSV, whose protocols demand rigorous investigations by trained, impartial teams of experts, the centering of survivors' direct testimony, and the prosecution of individual perpetrators. Instead, The report recommends shifts in legal reasoning and rules of evidence to bypass reliance on direct victim testimony, to expand hearsay rules, and to accept circumstantial evidence to establish systematic sexual violence. Most important, the authors note, quote, the report introduces a doctrinal framework for establishing joint criminal responsibility in the context of mass attacks motivated by genocidal intent. When individuals join a coordinated, ideologically driven assault aimed at destruction and dehumanization, they bear responsibility for the full range of atrocities committed as part of that assault, unquote. To charge intent, the report imputes motives. It projects onto all those who participated, which the report refers to as mobs or hordes, and they use Gustave Le Bon's crowd psychology to back this up, and a little bit of Freud. All who participated, indoctrination into genocidal violence in a holy war against the Jewish people. This symptomatic eruption of racial thinking exceeds the language and reasoning of CRSV, while also ignoring the actual political situation. If mobilizing the frame of CSRV already defines the problem of October 7th as the fact of sexual violence, one other eruption into the sober, legalistic language of the report stands out.
Is she saying that whatever the official report is about Israel and Palestine is not addressing the issue because it's claiming that it was violence done to the Israelis, whereas she believes the real issue of October 7th was the violence done to the Palestinians? Again, violence in this case means capitalism. The left believes that Israel are the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous people. Thus, Israel was inflicting violence or capitalism on the Palestinians. And she's saying, here's what actually happened. This was violence inflicted on the Palestinians. It's not the decolonization effort, because the Palestinians, the left believes, are in a decolonization effort to overthrow their capitalist oppressors. She's saying that any report that frames Israel as being oppressed is not real because the Palestinians are decolonizing their colonial oppressors or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's what she's saying.
The report was produced by the Dina Project, a name that conjures a biblical narrative of rape followed by genocidal violence, revenge, collective retribution, and plunder. If for Israelis and their supporters, October 7th stopped time and obliterated.
I kind of thought there might be protesting tonight. I'll take a look, but we're going to keep going with this for a minute.
History, this report
I'll bring it up on
teleports
my head
us into an apocalyptic, mythico-historical time. And the biblical story, I'm sure many of you know, as we have it now in Genesis 34, is about the rape of Dinah, the daughter of the patriarch Jacob, by the son of the leader of another tribe among whom they had come to settle. He asks his father to go to Jacob to ask for her hand in marriage. Jacob consults his sons. The brothers agree, but lay out strict terms. All the men of Shechem, the place, should circumcise themselves first. And they do, as they're recovering from their wounds, Dinah's brothers descend on the city and slaughter them all. Then they take all their livestock and their land. The Dina narrative offers a precedent in Jewish mythico history for collective vengeance for a sexual violation. Is this a template for the genocidal violence that the Israeli state has been inflicting on the Palestinian people of Gaza for the last 2.5 years?
See? This is the violence that the Israeli state has been inflicting on the people of Gaza for the last 2.5 years. I was right. That's exactly what she was saying.
For collective vengeance for a sexual violation. Is this a template for the genocidal violence that the Israeli state has been inflicting on the Palestinian people of Gaza for the last 2.5 years? I've traced here how some feminists avowing universalist and no doubt holding genuinely feminist concerns for protecting women have deployed the vocabulary and the methodologies of CRSV and sought to integrate themselves into its circuits of governance in ways that legitimate the violent reactions of the militaristic ethno-nationalist settler state to which they're loyal. The telltale signs of this intent lie in their silences on the subject of Gaza. Not a single word acknowledged what the Clinton panel occurred in the midst of, by then, over 4 months of bombing, airstrikes, and violent ground invasion of Gaza. Buildings had been pulverized, bloody body parts were scattered, children were orphaned, and millions were displaced and desperately fleeing from one unsafe place to another. The quest for justice many months later, makes only one mention of Gaza in its 80 pages, only to quickly sidestep the issue by shifting to universals. The report notes on page 13, quote, "We are not oblivious to what has happened and is still happening in Gaza since the attack of October 7th. However, this report is concerned with an unequivocal message that stands independently and must stand independently. Sexual violence during wartime cannot be acceptable, justifiable, or contingent upon context. This report constitutes a universal call to do everything possible to eradicate this horrific phenomenon," unquote. So here you see CRSV has provided the vehicle for these feminists to claim universalist protectionist goals that we can see are subtended by particularistic political ideologies and affective investments that deny other women, in this case Palestinians, any protection. So we ask what and who is actually protected in the name of feminism. Thank you.
I wanted to just, I think I'm here as a representative of the veterans of the sex wars. I think that's the reason for my invitation. But I wanted to start out by saying that I think the discourse of protectionism, which I associate also with maternalism and paternalism, is far more malleable than the other rubrics that we have on this panel. I think carceral feminism, enemy feminisms, governance feminisms, imperial feminisms are more.
Yes. See, now, I wouldn't say sexual violence. So we're going to have to get nitpicky here about the language. It's not sexual violence, it's gender violence. Gender is not the same as sexuality. These are two different things. So you're so close, bro. Patriarchy is a form of gender violence. Patriarchy is a form of capitalist oppression because the patriarchy was created by capitalism. Capitalism is inherently violent. Anytime there's capitalism, there's violence. So I know you're trying to learn, so I'm just being really nitpicky about the language. It's kind of like, again, I'll use French because it's the language I know. It's like how there are masculine and feminine pronouns in French for different words. It's just a matter of like, it's not lay, it's la. It's not gender violence, it's sexual violence. Or excuse me, it's not sexual violence, it's gender violence. But what did I explain earlier about what they mean by that? They mean something different. So it's like, what we do is we have to code switch in our head what they actually mean based on their actual beliefs and what they're saying. I know it's complicated. I understand that.
Specific, whereas the protectionism and paternalism, maternalism are highly malleable. They're associated with melodramatic narratives and rhetorics, with the good feminist on one hand, the vulnerable women and children, and arrayed against a threat. Or on the other hand, they're defined in relation to a kind of noblesse oblige. For instance, the way that settler states offer apologies or offer to reconcile with indigenous populations.
Bro, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You still think that they want to uphold gender. So you're like doing the owning the libs thing. Excuse me, would they consider drafting women to be a form of gender violence? Bro, you're missing the entire fucking point. They want to abolish the entire military-industrial complex. They don't want the draft to exist. They think the draft of literally anyone is bad and wrong and shouldn't be happening. They don't want men to exist. They don't want women to exist. So this is kind of like a nonsensical conservative bullshit owning the libs question. It's not a real question. It's not a question asked in good faith because you aren't even taking the time to consider the premise of they want to abolish all gender, motherfucker.
while extraction and abandonment continues, or perhaps university administrations which speak of wellness and caretaking while engaging in draconian disciplinary procedures. I also think that these discourses can be interpreted with so much political malleability that, for instance, anti-discrimination laws can be considered as either empowering or protectionist, as inclusive, or as minimally remedial. So in speaking then directly about the sex wars, I want to show both in this case the way protectionism doesn't work, but I also want to propose another framework. I want to talk about seeing anti-porn feminism as the product of legal liberalism and authority.
Anti-porn feminism. Women against porn, anti-porn feminism is the product of legal liberalism. They're not using liberalism here positively. They're using liberalism here negatively. Oh, this is going to be good.
Doesn't work, but I also want to propose
Okay, so again, I know I'm being pedantic about this, but for people who have never been to college, what is going on here is you've got a bunch of academics, and they're all going to get up and talk for like 10 minutes, basically presenting a position paper that they wrote. So they've written some sort of paper or some sort of book, or they have some sort of speech about this topic. Yes. Oh, we're starting to catch on. Yes, they are pro-porn. Yes, they are. So it might seem like the talks are disjointed from each other. Like this lady is not going to talk about the same thing that the last lady talked about. They're all going to talk about their own individual topics, and then they're going to come together and have a conversation about their different topics. So that's why they went from Israel-Palestine to anti-porn feminists are the problem.
Another framework. I want to talk about seeing anti-porn feminism as the product of legal liberalism and authoritarian populism, a kind of early manifestation of the current moment contributing to emerging forms of fascist governance. So that may sound like an overstatement. I'm sure it does. And so I need to explain myself.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Some of you are very familiar with this history and some of you may not be, so I'm just going to give you a little bit of information about the primary legal innovation of the sex wars was Catherine McKinnon's anti-porn municipal ordinance. It was considered in Minneapolis and it was passed in Indianapolis. It was designed to bypass obscenity laws, which were framed as moralistic and state censorship, and it was also designed to mobilize anti-porn populist activism by allowing any citizen who said they were harmed by pornography to sue the purveyors in civil court, thus also bypassing a carceral solution for a civil court solution. But the problem with that setup was immediately problematic in a number of ways. First, the conditions of passage in Indianapolis was via an alliance with evangelical Christians, the Eagle Forum, and the Moral Majority. It could be interpreted, the anti-porn ordinance, to apply to a Christian could sue a lesbian publication under the terms of the ordinance, as in fact happened with another version of it.
Oh, yeah? Can we get a rash of Christians suing queer publications? That'd be pretty rad. Let's do that, please.
In Canada.
Can the Christians do something useful for once? Can you assholes all go sue the queer publications? That would be actually fucking really helpful, Christians. Instead of whining and complaining about how you're the most persecuted people in all the world, can you actually go get off your lazy fucking asses and do something like sue all the queer publications into the Stone Age?
Also, the most important thing I want to say about it today is that the anti-porn ordinance set up a framework which has now been taken up by the right wing in the United States in the context of abortion law. The state of Texas has instituted a range of anti-abortion citizen bounty laws that allow citizens to sue anyone who distributes medication or who aids and abets an abortion, and that could be an individual or an organization. And the citizen who does this is rewarded with a bounty of $10,000.
That'd be pretty
in some
great.
cases,
Can we do
these
that?
laws, it can be up to $100,000. There are multiple laws in Texas. In 2021, one was passed allowing people to sue providers or anyone who aids and abets an abortion. And the second one in 2025 allows for up to $100,000 against anyone manufacturing, distributing, or mailing medication to Texas. The first lawsuit under that law was filed against a California doctor just this month. And the doctors and medication providers here can be seen as equivalent of the purveyors of pornography in the original ordinance, both allowing a kind of citizen activism. In the case of Texas, the goal was to bypass judicial review, was to allow for anti-abortion activism that could bypass any kind of invalidation by the courts, as the original anti-porn ordinance was in fact invalidated by the Supreme Court. The chilling effect of these laws has been that most Texas clinics stopped providing abortions after 6 weeks in order to avoid these lawsuits. And both the Texas Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court have allowed this citizen enforcement of that the way it's set up in the Texas law. Actual payouts to private citizens have so far been rare, but litigation is currently in process under these ordinances. New York and California have passed shield laws and clawback statutes to try to protect physicians and organizations and individuals in those states. But other states have proceeded with copying Texas legislation in Idaho. It limits the right to sue to specific relatives, including members of a family who can sue, or of a family of someone who's been assaulted, who's had an abortion can sue. And in Oklahoma, it's been ruled unconstitutional, but Oklahoma had a law allowing a $10,000 bounty for private citizens who sued. It's almost an exact copy of the Texas law. And also in the works now are abortion trafficking and travel laws that several states are moving to pass that define abortion trafficking, allowing parents or impregnators to sue those to sue those who help minors obtain abortions. So this continues with new innovations, with constantly new innovations based on the original structure of the anti-porn ordinance. Where did I put my water? So the implications of this, I think, are that the analysis of the sex wars needs to broaden beyond the United States in the 1980s to encompass the global context that shifts in racial capitalism and social reproduction occurring beginning in the neoliberal era. The
social reproduction is a reference to social reproduction theory, which means social systems will reproduce themselves until they're disrupted. The reason they want to abolish the nuclear family is social reproduction. The nuclear family socially reproduces capitalist values. They cannot get rid of capitalism until the nuclear family stops socially reproducing those values. That's basically what that means. As a quick comment, I now have a better understanding of the listen. Some sunglasses suck. Some sunglasses are boring. Some sunglasses are awesome. It's just the way it goes.
sex wars need to be put in company with reproductive controversies, with HIV, responses to HIV/AIDS, and to the various wars over sexual pleasure, sexual labor, intimacy, and definitions of family, and their media representations. That would allow us to understand the sex wars in their race, class implications, as well as their gender implications. When they're put in this larger context, when we see that they belong in this larger context, as the Texas bounty laws show us, but there's a context that starts in the 1970s that's producing and reproducing these sorts of models for activism across the political spectrum. Those forms of activism draw on both legal liberalism, right, the belief that legal reform is the best route to social change, and also on authoritarian populism. And we now associate authoritarian populism with the way that the right wing has mobilized grassroots to go to school boards and sue abortion providers. But I would argue that that anti-porn feminism also mobilized a kind of form of authoritarian populism, utilizing the strategy of legal liberalism. We need to understand the conditions of labor and commerce and the broader class, race, and gender conditions that produce all of these wars over pleasure, intimacy, labor, reproduction. I think understanding the role of legal liberalism and authoritarian populism in this whole neoliberal period from the 70s to the present gives us a more pointed conceptual framework to allow us to understand today's concerns and what's happening now in this longer historical timeline, which implicates centrist strategies and liberal strategies as much as what has been drawn specifically from the right wing. I think that a more pointed critique will allow us to stop hiding the emergence specifically of forms of fascist governance and the way that they have been circulating throughout the neoliberal era. The way we write about and talk about and teach about the sex wars now, we tend to isolate them geographically, we isolate them chronologically, and we narrow our understanding of what the broader implications both then and now are. The end.
Again. I just want to hear Sophie. I really just want to hear Sophie.
How's everyone doing?
Oh, man.
Yeah, pretty awesome to be here. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I just want to begin by start by thanking the organizers of this event. So I'm very honored to have been invited, seriously, and really excited for the conversations to come and also the conversations that are already happening. I really especially want to thank Margot Kotler, Pamela Phillips, Tracy Phoenix, Beck Jordan Young, and Nico Wright for all their work at organizing. Today, I'm here to talk about anti-trans politics and legacies of feminist protectionism as they've each become
anti-trans politics and so-called feminists who protect anti-trans politics. This is going to be a good one, actually.
Tactics of fascist politics in our own moment.
Fascist politics.
But because I've been thinking a lot about how today's political landscape came to be in terms of conservative movement creep, I want to start my remarks with a few framing anecdotes. It's very colloquial, describing moments over the last decade or so where I felt like something casually new was happening, at least in my perception of it. So sort of harbingers of our current political moment. So the first, in 2014, someone I went to college with who had become a journalist published a piece in the New Republic about our alma mater, which is Bryn Mawr College, a women's college. Its decision to open its admissions process to applications from trans women and non-binary applicants. The author was not someone I knew to have previously written or published about trans people or politics at all. The piece voiced loud fears that admitting trans women would undermine the historical feminist mission of the college, the admission of trans women somehow rendering women's colleges, quote, quaint relics of a bygone past, or bygone era, excuse me. Then in 2019, a straight white woman scholar, broadly liberal, someone whose work I knew from my home field of early American studies, tweeted something in support of J.K. Rowling's transphobic feminism.
Oh, no!
Prefacing it with something like, quote, in defense of my lesbian friends. Prior to this moment, I would not have assumed that this person had been sort of in any way engaged with queer trans politics at all. And that's
okay. I want to spell this out for people. when gender does not exist, lesbians and gay men will also not exist. Lesbians uphold gender. Gay men uphold gender. Whether or not you like that they're gay or lesbian, it actually doesn't really matter, because what does matter is they have a strong preference, and as long as they only want to be with like biological women or biological men, they uphold gender. So therefore, if a professor is coming out supporting J.K. Rowling and then saying in defense of lesbians, what they are saying is they are trying to protect the lesbians' existence. Okay? These people want to abolish lesbians. These people want to abolish gay men because they want to abolish all gender. Therefore, no more gays and lesbians, because everyone belongs to everyone else and you can sleep with anyone and it doesn't really fucking matter. They believe lesbians and gay were just, again, socially constructed categories that capitalism created in order to advance capitalist reproductive like necessity and quota. Oh yeah, it gets way worse, bro. Yeah.
Same year, 2019, again, I read an article published on AfterEllen.com. Okay, I'm sorry. I saw it on Twitter. Okay. And some of you will be familiar with this. I've written about this a little bit before. That briefly got some traction by being circulated on Twitter, called a butch eradication, served with a progressive smile. It's not a particularly interesting article, even as a hate read, but the TLDR is that it blames trans people for the supposed disappearance of butches and lesbian culture more broadly.
See?
This was familiar to me. This was probably the most familiar to me of these three different anecdotes because of my longtime work in trans feminist organizing in political spaces. The article traffics in what I then thought of as radfem or radical feminist rhetoric that circulated primarily in certain lesbian communities and that espoused a specific kind of feminist politics that felt then and now to be organized primarily around the issue of the denial of trans womanhood. So that itself wasn't new. But what did feel new to me in that particular formation of the idea at the center of the article, which it originally appeared in the title before it was apparently removed by the website editorial board, was that the original title was not a butch eradication, but in fact a butch genocide. This idea, oh yeah, I like that. This idea of butch genocide riffs on the white nationalist theory of white genocide, which is sometimes used to name what others refer to as great replacement theory. The idea that there's a massive global plot to affect the extinction of white people through mass migration and racial intermarriage.
Yes!
The specter of what...
Actually, yes! Yes! Can everyone give the communist a round of applause for actually correctly defining something? That's actually impressive. The Zionist bullshit con artists like Christopher Rufo have no idea how to say what this person just said. They at least understand the concept that's being discussed here. Christopher Rufo, great savior of the conservative movement, has no fucking clue about the concept, but this person understands it. Again, let's just relive that
was apparently removed by the website editorial board, was that the original title was not a butch eradication, but in fact a butch genocide. This idea, oh yeah, I like that. This idea of butch genocide riffs on the white nationalist theory of white genocide, which is sometimes used to name what others refer to as great replacement theory. The idea that there's a massive global plot to affect the extinction of white people through mass migration and racial intermarriage. The specter of what conspiracy theories call white extinction is all over the butch eradication article, with references to lesbian erasure, gay eugenics, the genocide of lesbians, and the author referring to herself as, quote, one of the last butch survivors in a complete eradication. I guess I too survived the comment, you know? But I'm going to skip what I think is the more obvious critique that could be levied about all of these piecemeal iterations of politics, that it's not trans people, obviously, who are responsible for the disappearance of women's colleges or lesbian bars or lesbian communities, to focus on what then and now I found more ominous about all of these pieces, the extinction or declension narrative at the heart of each of them. Each of these expressions of politics, the extinction of women's colleges, the defense that lesbians apparently need, the butch genocide resulting from the trans nightmare, as the person puts it in the article, relies on a narrative of decline and endangerment in order to be effective. And each contributes another pixel to an ever increasingly rich photograph of how fascism is so effectively weaponizing anti-trans politics, and how the fascist impulses at the heart of many forms of feminisms, and namely protectionist feminisms, are enabling that weaponization. So extinction or declension narratives in politics are, of course, not in any way new. I don't want to claim that that's the new thing here. You find them propping up ideas of eugenic racial uplift in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. You find them in nativist vitriol spewed at the California Constitutional Convention in 1879. You find them in the sexual psychopath laws of the early 20th century and their concomitant fears of the broader social contagion that could be the...
Why? The fact that these people have jobs or are able to speak at places like this is mind-boggling. Why? The left controls all the institutions. The left controls higher education. The left controls K through 12 education. The left controls government, more or less. The left controls the unions. The left controls media. The left controls the news. The left controls entertainment. The left controls why are you surprised that these people have jobs? They get paid to do this. These are academics. They have jobs in academia. Why, it consistently, this, again, this is why the conservative retard narrative of they don't have jobs. When conservatives find out these people not only have jobs, but control the entire educational system from the colleges and universities down through K through 12 education, do you know how they got it? Do you know how they got it? Because conservatives are fucking lazy and don't do anything to stop them. How did they take over every single industry? Because conservatives are fucking lazy and don't do anything to stop them. The left has been operating completely unopposed for decades and decades and decades and decades, while conservatives have been going, they don't have jobs and they're mentally ill and they're all paid by Soros. All is an excuse to be lazy and not fucking do anything to stop them. That's why.
Fruit of so-called moral turpitude. Declension narratives are ubiquitous in exclusionary politics of all kind and a staple of fascist rhetoric, insofar as these narratives rely on a threat, usually external to what they posit as the natural or original body politic that needs protection. We can use anti-immigrant rhetoric of our own moment as an example, and you don't have to look far to find it these days, Jesus. Think of the 2025 executive order called, quote, Protecting America from Invasion. The idea that we need to protect America from immigrants, aka non-Americans. What I'm drawing attention to here is how extinction or declension narratives, fundamental as they are to fascist politics, also share some real ideological territory with protectionist politics of many kinds. So declension narratives are also demands for protection. And here's where I see what we might think of as traditional feminist protectionist politics, the kinds that, as my co-panelists have elaborated so carefully or about to, have enabled and emboldened feminist support for imperialism or the expansion of the carceral state, converging with the fascist politics of our own moment. And just to be clear, I want to thank Sophie in particular for this insight. Feminist and fascist politics have never been mutually exclusive, as we know. Feminism has long been able to accommodate fascist political tendencies, or sometimes just fascism outright. But I think we're also in a moment where we're seeing a new configuration of this convergence, wherein trans people, and trans women especially, are one of several especially saturated occasions for a fascist protectionism that often travels under the sign of feminism. It's interesting as I've learned more about the histories of fascism, and also I want to shout out to my colleague Serena, who I've learned so much about the fascism from. She's a post-fascism scholar, and we also my collaborator and co-writer. As I've learned more about the histories of fascism, it seems that the form of protectionism that we posit as the hallmark of fascism is economic protectionism. Today, however, I wonder if we're not in a time where the energies of feminist protectionism, which are in the 21st century, much more powerfully institutionalized and statified than they ever have been before, are being really effectively mobilized by fascist politics as well. So I'm thinking about the specific sort of building in of feminist protectionism into the sort of fascism of our moment. There's almost a symbiosis of sorts between transphobia and protectionism that enables the encroachment of fascist structures of politics into other parts of political life that I think it's useful to describe and name in an effort to do feminist politics better, and also not let fascism or fascist logics unwittingly kind of leak into our political work, because I think it's a lot more subtle than we would want them to be. So first, we need to understand how effective a tool transphobia is to feminist protectionism. And I think we have this moment is just replete with horrifying lessons in exactly that. In a bolder moment yesterday, as I was working on these remarks, I initially wrote that transphobia and transmisogyny in particular has reinvigorated feminist protectionist politics and kind of turbocharged them. And I think sports is a really easy place to see this, but it's not the only place to see this. I don't think that's exactly right. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than I just sort of threw at you. But what contemporary transphobia has done, especially in its laser focus on trans women, is hardened and reified the category of woman as defined by a need for protection. And that's where I think I see the reinvigoration.
Wow.
For an easy, if gross example.
Okay, so what they're saying is these transphobic people have cemented the category of women as an oppressed figure under capitalism, because what they're saying is the women need to be protected. It's the transphobic people that don't want men in women's sports and stuff like that who have said, we need to protect women. We need to keep women. Women are this vulnerable creature that requires our protection. Bro, literally, I need you to shut the fuck up. Honestly, every time you open your mouth in the chat, you say something dumb. This has nothing to do with Democrats. These are not Democrats. You do not understand what you are looking at if you believe that these are Democrats. You sound like a fucking retard when you reference the Democrats on Socialism Saturday. Stop talking, start asking questions.
Think of one of the first executive orders that Trump signed after being inaugurated on January 20th of last year, titled, quote, "Defending Women from Gender Ideology, Extremism, and Restoring Biological Truth to the Federal Government." Like the After Ellen piece I mentioned, and about as credible, the title also invokes a race or civilizationist war. At least that's what I hear when I hear the reference to extremism. Thinking with Jesper Poir's early work, but also understands something called women as the uniquely vulnerable target of gender ideologies like extremist attacks.
See?
Indeed, transphobia and transmisogyny specifically returns women as a putative biological singularity to the status of needing protection from an enemy within, who lurks, within the terms of this particular executive order, in single-sex spaces from, quote, women's domestic abuse shelters to women's workplace showers. And this is where we see how it dovetails so well with fascist politics. The enemy within rhetoric cleaves the category of womanhood into so-called real women and so-called imposters, which both defines non-trans women as fundamentally and uniquely in danger, and also advances the external contagion logic that is also the bread and butter of today's favored forms of racism, nativism, and xenophobia. This transphobic protectionism teaches both content, so transmisogyny, but also brings with it a portable logic that seeks to teach us about how to think about variation and difference, right? So it leaks out of that. Here, protecting women means excluding trans women and denouncing them as categorically inferior or illegitimate. At the same time, contemporary transphobic protectionism also mobilizes the exterior threat logic of fascism by turning difference into dangerousness. If we think about the early days of the so-called transgender tipping point, it was characterized by what we now might retrospectively think of. And
by the way, I just want to emphasize this just as an aside. This talk took place 1 month ago at Barnard College in New York City. I was told that the Trump administration, and specifically Harmeet Dillon, got all of this crazy shit out of colleges. I was told that this was all dead and it wasn't happening anymore because the Trump administration ended all of this and it wasn't being taught in colleges anymore because he defunded them and then they stopped teaching it. I was told that this shit wasn't happening anymore. In fact, I saw just the other day some people say that this wasn't happening anymore. And yet, here it is. Almost like it's happening. Okay, bro, listen, you're saying a lot of stupid shit in the chat. You don't know what you're talking about. If you are not here to listen and learn, you don't need to be here. We've already told you to sit down and shut up once. Now what I'm going to do is time you out for 5 minutes. So we're going to force you to sit down and shut up. And if you come back from that 5-minute timeout and you keep saying stupid shit or whining and complaining, we'll deport you and it's fine. We don't really care. Go away.
Fight me on this. I'm playing with this idea as an unmaterialized transfeminism, a transfeminine protectionism.
Yeah.
So the way we
it's
saw
almost like Goro over on Rumble says, it's almost like the fancy colleges outsmarted the Trump administration. Who could have ever seen that coming?
this in that moment, for those of us who are kind of like reading a lot in that moment and really paying attention to it, it really showed up as the form, in the form of rehearsals of the deaths of Black and brown trans women's names. So often offered in list form, to rhetorically ground a new social awareness of the well-documented and very real special vulnerability that trans women and trans women of color in particular bear to social, state, and other forms of violence. And this appeared even in mainstream news sources. These rehearsals were also importantly critiqued, and I'm thinking of work by Riley Snorton and Jen Heridawarn. But what I'm trying to get at here is that the conversation around trans women's vulnerability, problematic and monetized as it was for a brief moment in the mid-2010s, that feels pretty much gone to me. I mean, and this is where fight me on it. Maybe I'm wrong here. But I don't really hear that anymore. From state bills to federal executive orders, and through a whole range of both like liberal and right-wing politics, trans women now are represented as dangerous, not endangered. Supposedly threatening the safety of women's spaces, so bathrooms, sports teams, domestic violence shelters, even prisons, like the ground zero of unsafety. Trans women in particular have been remade as a threat to everyone by virtue of being a threat to non-transgender women. This too teaches both an idea and a logic, an idea that is portable and that can be applied to trans women in other contexts, regardless of whether non-transgender women or their spaces are involved. So I'll remind us that Charlie Kirk, right before being assassinated, was asked by a skeptic, quote, "Do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? To which Kirk responded, "Too many." So the effect I'm trying to describe here is that protectionist logics, historically mobilized by feminist movements and increasingly embedded in both state and state-adjacent corporate bodies.
I just want to note, first of all, just so people are aware, not every so-called trans shooter is a leftist. Tyler Robinson was not a far leftist. That trans person that shot up that Catholic school, not a leftist. I don't even think the Tennessee shooter was a leftist. I say this based on things that they write. They don't align with far left subculture. What we're dealing with the trans shooter thing is trans as in transition. It's people who are like they're fucking around with like hormones and stuff like that. So it's fucking up their bodies. But it's not trans as in transcend or transform. There is no universe in which Tyler Robinson, who's shot Charlie Kirk, was a far leftist. Like literally no fucking universe. I've looked at what that kid said. I've looked at how that kid dressed. I've looked at the communities that he was like connected to. There is no fucking universe in which that kid was a far leftist. That kid may have had some Democrat or liberal ideas, sure. But that kid, I think, is a mentally ill person that did a fucking crazy thing and, is probably going to go to jail for the rest of his life and all that stuff, as he probably should. But like, he was not a far leftist, and we need to be honest about this. These are different things. Furry is not the same as queer. Furry isn't even involved in queer subculture. Queer subculture does not fuck around with furry. Furry is a separate thing. It's very important that people keep these things compartmentalized, because if people think every shooter is trans and that means a far leftist, that's just fundamentally not true. They are diagnosing a problem based on misinformation. It's not even a correct diagnosis. There is a lot of bullshit the far left is doing, but it's not the same thing as the trans shooters. The trans shooters are trans as in transition, as in fucking around with hormones, as in mental illness. It is a different fucking problem. Yeah, the stuff they write are great indicators if you understand how to read it. If you don't understand how to read it, like Chloe Cole does not understand how to read it, even though she thinks she does, but she really fucking doesn't. If you don't understand how to read their language, then you're not going to understand what's going on.
Bodies have powerfully reorganized the imaginary that gives us language for how to think about the relative political fortunes of trans women vis-a-vis non-trans women. And if some feminists worried that trans feminisms might eclipse or take pride of place over mainstream feminisms in 2014, now many feminisms see trans politics as a whole and trans women specifically as a material threat to non-trans women, full stop. So one of the many effects of this transformation of the political landscape is that painting trans women as an entire population with a cloudy patina of dangerousness also enables transphobic violence to proliferate by invisibilizing the real everyday violence against them, which now travels under the name of protection of non-trans women. Thank you.
Hello, thanks for having
Yay,
me.
Sophie!
There were 3 questions that Elizabeth Bernstein asked us to think about for today, which I summarized to myself as follows. How does the critique of enemy feminisms fit into our explicitly anti-feminist present moment? 2, how does feminist punishment and protectionism continue to shape this moment? And 3, what lessons can we draw from feminist movement experience, past and present, about the importance of horizons of pleasure?
By the way, I want to mention this too. Did you guys notice how referential every single other person on the panel was to Sophie? This is like, in the world of leftist, like, academia, Sophie Lewis is like, this is how you know. Sophie's not just someone off the street that's written books about abolishing the family and enemy feminisms. Sophie really is very, very, very well respected and almost revered on the far left, like the legendary fucking Sophie Lewis. They all know who she is. They all love everything she does. They are just as in love with Sophie as we are.
And one polemical way to respond here is to say that in addition to being almost unprecedentedly anti-feminist, unprecedentedly misogynist, the present political moment in the West is also unprecedentedly dominated by establishment feminism, or rather feminisms, cis feminism, Zionist feminism, carceral child protectionist feminism, and femo-nationalism. My big wish is for, of course, another feminism, a full-throated anti-fascist roar in this moment, this Epstein moment, for a child-led, girl-led abolitionist anti-patriarchy horizon that would lay claim to the right for all at any age, not only to change sex, but to have sexual pleasure and to be empowered against sexually predatory class power rather than merely rhetorically securitized, desexualized, pitied, and tokenized.
Yes, Sophie, yes!
But, of course, youth liberationist sex radicalism was silenced and remains silenced, I submit, successfully silenced not exclusively by the masculinist right, but also by a femocratic, maternalist common sense. We all know by now that TERFs and SWERFs have wrought much of, Catherine McKinnon likes to say, we live in the world that porn has built. I say we also live in a world that Catherine McKinnon has built. We know that trans exclusionary cultural feminists with bona fide credentials in women's lib developed the tools and in several cases furnished the consultations for the state's contemporary anti-trans woman-saving effort, don't we? Whose primary expression has been the persecution of specific women, with an increasing focus on also persecuting children, children's agency, and children's queerness in particular.
Is that what that means? SWERFs equals sex work exclusionary feminists. Thanks, Musican. Appreciate you. Hang on. I gotta listen to what Sophie's saying here.
Saving effort, don't we? Whose primary expression has been the persecution of specific women, with an increasing focus on also persecuting children, children's agency, and children's queerness in particular. So this bloodthirsty moment really is, much as most don't want to see it.
What does children's queerness mean? I need to make sure people understand what we're talking about here. Pop quiz for the chat. I know we're getting late in the stream. I know it's a lot of information, but I need to make sure you guys understand what we're talking about. When Sophie says children's queerness, what does she mean? Children's queerness. What does she mean when she says children's queerness? Kids that haven't been indoctrinated into capitalism? Kids that don't have internalized capitalism? I literally just put it on the screen. Sex worker exclusionary feminist. Then guess. This is how you learn. Take a guess. This is how you learn. You get feedback. Teaching kids that the binary doesn't exist. Children's queerness. Non-binary children. What else? Guys, answering questions, even if you might get it wrong, is how people learn. If you don't want to answer the question, I'm going to assume you aren't here to learn, honestly. Incumbents, diverse gender expressions, and sexual, not sexual orientations. No, not this. This has nothing to do with sexual orientation. That is a conservative bullshit narrative. It's not a left-wing reality. Good try. They haven't internalized and accepted capitalist ideas. They're still malleable. Children who aren't tied to oppressive capitalist norms, capitalist structure, capitalist normativity. Yup. No, has nothing to do with this. No. No conservative retardation. Children who are not brought up in the gender binary, not assimilating to capitalist cultural norms. Yup. Doesn't mean weird. That's not what it means. I appreciate you trying, though. Children who are not indoctrinated into not explicitly. Children who are non-binary, not belong to the state. None of them belong to the state. We still have parental rights. We still have capitalism. But like, good attempt. See, I'm trying to be nicer and reaffirming. If you guys haven't noticed, young adults are queering the line. Not really. Children that have learned gender isn't real. Yup, I think that's a good one. Yeah. So when Sophie is saying children's queerness, what she's referencing is the idea that children have not been fully indoctrinated into capitalist cultural norms. Children are not normative. Exactly. Children are not normative. When they say normative, they mean cultural norms that uphold capitalism. Okay? So the children, when a boy wants to put on a dress just because he wants to wear a dress, he hasn't been indoctrinated into capitalist normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. Sophie is arguing to protect children's queerness where they don't know how the world works yet and they just do things because it feels good or they like it. They're saying that teaching children that like men and women are a thing and that there are two categories, that is inhibiting children's queerness. You are taking away children's ability to be queer when you teach them that gender is real and biological and there is man and woman and there is only two. That's what she's talking about.
Don't we? Whose primary expression has been the persecution of specific women, with an increasing focus on also persecuting children, children's agency, and children's queerness in particular. So this bloodthirsty moment really is, much as most don't want to see it that way for one reason or another, a moment of a certain kind of feminist triumph, specifically the triumph of a feminism against women, a self-described feminism against progress. That's actually a thing. And a self-described reactionary feminism, a feminism that is part of what has been termed the far center, right?
The
Names
far
here
center.
include Mary Harrington, Erica Bakayocki, Louise Perry, but also, for example, Pamela Paul, and one of Ross Douthat's two workplace ruination theorists from that edifying New York Times confab from last November, the self-described pro-life and pro-care and dependency feminist, Leah Librasco-Sargent. I mean, you see, I'm being careful here. It's the one I'm picking who is a feminist, self-described, and I think we have to accept as such. The other one, what she called Helen Andrews, anti-feminist. Not to mention the fact that 4 years ago, right, the final nail in Roe versus Wade's coffin was collectively hammered in by an amicus brief of 240 women's groups and self-described pro-woman and feminist scholars led by Bakayocki. And these people, you know, think of themselves as not just returning to the cultural feminist, what I would call counter-revolutionary rump formation of the second wave, but also to a foundationalist reading of Mary Wollstonecraft. More importantly, think how the ongoing genocide in Gaza was sold to the world by its architects and funders via media stenographers and hasbarists in the New York Times via pieces of atrocity propaganda.
Sophie is using the term hasbara. Sophie is using the term hasbara. Bro! Sophie is this close to red pilling on the JQ. I firmly believe it's going to hit her someday. She is so fucking close to red pilling on the JQ. We watched a Sophie presentation from like over a year ago where Sophie was like, in Hitler's Germany, they were saying the communists were the bankers, and then the communists were also the people opposing the bankers. Or excuse me, sorry. No, sorry. They were, strike that. What she said is, in Hitler's Germany, they were saying the Jews were the bankers, and then the Jews were also the communists opposing the bankers. That is what she said. She said, and she was very confused by this. She was like, how could this propaganda have said that the Jews were the bankers and also the Jews were the communists opposing the bankers? Sophie was very confused about this. And I was like, Sophie, you're so fucking close. You're so close to understanding this, Sophie. You're so close to understanding that they always play both sides. You are so fucking close to understanding this. And now I hear Sophie using the term hasbar. I'm just like, Sophie is one good dicking by a neo-Nazi away from really just breaking it all open, and I'm here for it. I think that one of my dissident right-wingers needs to go seduce Sophie. So don't get it twisted. Sophie's polyamorous. I've seen her post plenty of pictures of men that I'm pretty sure she was fucking. So if you guys want to go take a bullet and go teach Sophie that she's so fucking close and just push her over the edge, this is white men. Here's what I need the white men to do. I need the white men who claim to care about protecting the white race to step up, and she's so fucking close. She's so close. She could be brought right there. I promise you. Yeah, it's time for the white men to do it. It's your responsibility. It's not I'm but a lowly woman. It is not my responsibility to fix this. It is your responsibility to fix this, okay? Obviously, everything I just said was a joke. Hitler was the worst person that ever lived, and Jews are awesome and God's chosen people, and we very much respect them. There's no anti-Semitism allowed on this channel. Bagels are fucking awesome. We need to send Israel all our money. Israel is the greatest country in the world. I bow down to their superiority. They should just get more of our money to go fight their war with Iran or whatever the fuck. Hitler's burning in hell, worst person that ever lived, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. I was just joking, okay?
Like screams without words, as a feminist genocide. Examples of this abound, and I was so glad that Leela went first on this. But my favorite is the journalist who was describing themselves in October 2023 as a Columbia Fellow, who wrote that the Zionist entity's deployment of all female tank squadrons in its Holocaust of retribution for the Al-Aqsa flood infused, quote, new relevance to Simone de Beauvoir's legacy, thereby writing historically the Palestinian resistance's, quote, trampling of feminism's very foundations, unquote. But perhaps one shouldn't use examples like that are somehow funny as well as, suicide-inducing, because Zionist feminism in its 19th century telos and its very real purchase on the present is no joke at all. And meanwhile, let's not simply laugh either at how the present administration in this settler colony too has presented itself in so many words as the most feminist one ever.
Yeah, Trump
okay,
has.
Yes, I said
me.
not to laugh.
Yeah, Trump has.
But yes,
has me. Yep.
But yes, by virtue of its efforts to forcibly cis-sexualize the future by, quote unquote, restoring biological truth to the federal government and quote unquote.
Okay, Sophie just said cis-sexualize the future. Based on what we learned in the last presentation, what does it mean for Sophie to say cis-sexualize the future? Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. Forcibly, Trump is trying to forcibly cis-sexualize the future. We learned the definition of cis in the last presentation. What does it mean that Trump is trying to forcibly cis-sexualize the future? I'm going to wait for a second to get some more answers in. This is pop quiz. Who's been paying attention? Yep. Ding, ding, ding on Rumble says lock in the gender binary. Yep. Keep the categories of men and women, or yep, men and that's correct. Uphold gender. Yep. Uphold gender. Don't just say capitalism. It's lazy. It's not what it means. To uphold and reinforce the categories of men and women. When I say it's not what it means, I mean it means something more specific, and you need to be more specific in your answer. Use your words. You're a fucking adult. Use your words. Enforce the gender roles, i.e. capitalist roles. Yup. To legally normalize the gender binary. Yup. Maintain the binary, well, not necessarily traditional roles, just keeping the binary is good enough. They don't have to return to like traditional roles in order to do that. Uphold the gender binary, uphold the capitalist norm of gender as a social construct. Exactly.
By quote unquote restoring biological truth to the federal government and quote unquote defending women from gender ideology extremism, as Greta just went into. So, okay, the standard comment most of us give to such facts, if we bother with response at all, right, beyond the deepest ridicule, tends to be a scathingly sort of summary puncturing of the claim, right, a laying bare of the hypocrisy, the absurdity and the falsity of any claim that forced cissexuality or forced birth can be feminist, that xenophobic lynch logic can be feminist, that settler colonial exterminationism can be feminist, that prisons or humanitarian techno-surveillance or white or Jewish supremacism or misopedic queerphobia can be feminist. And, some might...
Jewish supremacism, Sophie? Does Sophie know? Does Sophie know? And she's just like, she's tiptoeing around it in the way that you have to tiptoe around it? Does Sophie know? We can fix you, Sophie. It's going to be great.
That settler colonial exterminationism can be feminist, that prisons or humanitarian techno-surveillance or white or Jewish supremacism or misopedic queerphobia can be feminist. And, you know, some might go on that capitalism can be feminist, that liberalism can be feminist. And so, but this is a purgative strategy, right? That's not real feminism, we say. Now, being someone, myself, for whom revolutionary feminism is a core, if not
You're
the
Black?
core commitment, I feel hell-bent.
Are you really? Are you really Black? Now you're making me feel bad about being racist occasionally, Hans. We love you even if you're Black, Hans. Are you fucking serious? You're Black? Hans W with that. Yeah, plot twist. Hans is Black. Well played, Hans. Well played. You're just kidding. Oh, psych. Well played, Hans. Well played. Well played. W's in the chat for Hans. That was great.
On my own comrades' particular feminism winning, as I should feel, and I feel hell-bent in the meantime on our particular understanding of feminism winning too, right? Feminism defined as the insurgency in and against the private capitalist family that unleashes the communization of care. But the point of my book, Enemy Feminisms, is also to ask what we might gain as anti-fascists when we cease to comfort ourselves that feminism historically has nothing to do with those things. That real feminism, at least at worst, has been an adjunct or bedfellow or unwittingly instrumentalized junior partner or co-opted fig leaf for the real bad guys, making a paradoxical consolation for ourselves, in a way, out of the implausible, anyway, and self-minimizing notion that feminism has played no part in making the world at all, as it is, but only in full innocence, ameliorated, corrected, or fought it. As Dana Tortorici affirmed in N+1 a couple of weeks ago, it's clearly a demobilizing, self-weakening, and self-confusing strategy for anti-fascist feminists to work too hard to win over active opponents within self-defining feminism's ranks just because they're feminists. And the good news about this realization is also that there are plenty of comrades to be found outside feminism's familiar borders, which means there are more of us than we think. We can and should be curious and confident in finding this red plenty, these gatherable enemies of colonial patriarchy, enemies of cisness, enemies of coerced reproductivity, of adult supremacy, of class, of work, of ableism, of eros, of the capitalist family. And this dropping of defensiveness allows us to move as feminists out of the self-indulgently at times self-castigating guilt and confusion of some of the prevalent white feminism conversations, and find a way back into the eros of a proudly
When she says white, she doesn't mean skin color, she means capitalism. That's why she's saying white feminism. If a person is Black, but they uphold the gender binary, that is white feminism. It has nothing to do with skin color. It has to do with upholding the capitalist system.
innocent, critically utopian, contaminated cyborg feminism. We can honor the most visionary anti-fascist elements of the so-called Barnard Sex Conference by insisting that pleasure is, in many ways, the danger that patriarchy's enemies pose to this world, and that it is our duty to win against those who would deprioritize it or defer it into a safe and innocent yonder. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. So in thinking about the question of protectionist feminisms, I'm most interested in thinking about the specific challenges that Black feminisms pose to complicating the idea of protection and its applicability to Black women.
Okay. No offense. I don't want to watch this. We're fast forwarding. It's getting late in the day. I don't want to do Black feminism right now. Black feminism is a different thing anyway. We're fast forwarding through this lady. I'm sorry if that really disappoints anyone. We're only here for Sophie. I want to hear the discussion. It's getting late. Okay. Now let's do a quick pause. If you appreciate that I have just fast forwarded through the Black feminist so you don't have to listen to that shit, if you have appreciated anything I have taught you so far in the course of this stream, we are now heading into the last portion of the stream, ladies and gentlemen, and I would love to meet the channel membership goal before the end of the stream. So we've got some more time. I will answer some more questions. If I have taught you anything in the course of this stream that you didn't know before, if I've entertained you in any way, if I've made you laugh, maybe if I've made you cry from yelling at you, but you understood I was doing it with love, please feel free to show your gratitude by sending in some channel memberships for the stream. Channel memberships support the stream. They also get more people into our spy stream infiltrations during the week. We do have spy streams coming up this week. And so we basically go inside live leftist organizing calls. You can only get access to this if you are a member of the channel. I would love to bring in some more members of the channel tonight, about 35 more members to be exact, to hit our channel membership goal. So if you appreciate anything I've shown you or taught you or anything else tonight, please feel free to send in 1 channel membership, 5 channel memberships, 20 channel memberships, however many you want to send in. We don't have that many more for the goal. I would really like to meet it before the end of the stream. And that's okay. That's all right. If you can't afford to, that's fine. You want to know why? Because we have enough people here who can. And I have to believe that when I spend 5 hours on a Saturday teaching people stuff, they'll do stuff like this, like give a channel membership. W's in the chat, dumb phone. Really appreciate the channel membership. Okay, guys, we got 34 more to go. And I will continue to be naggy for the entire back half of the stream until we meet the goal. Just saying.
That was simply an amazing panel. So I just thank you all for these contributions, and they give us so much to think about and to think with. And so, as Beck did this morning, any questions, comments, or anything that you actually feel will make a good segue to turning it over to the audience, and our students will also be getting ready with microphones. So thoughts from panelists? Yes, Greta.
Yeah, this is a question for all of us, but also I'd be very curious to know what the audience is thinking about too, which is I've really struggled. And Sophie, you brought this up in your talk, and I had a little part of my talk that I cut because it was already too long, where I kind of addressed this. But I'm struggling with how to talk about the distinctions between protectionism as they show up in political efforts organized around women that style themselves as explicitly anti-feminist. So think about like Moms for Liberty, for example. Versus, maybe I don't want to say
Moms for Liberty is an example of an enemy feminist. Imagine my shock.
Versus alongside efforts that are explicitly feminist that also sort of invoke or explicitly deploy sort of protectionist logic. And in general, I think we're in a moment where we're like all of the politics that we're talking about, I think, really end up like showing up in kind of like almost mirror-like forms in both like conservative and like putatively like explicitly feminist formations, often organized around the question of like women. And I guess I'm not sure. I've just been wrestling a lot with like what I was about to say in my paper was like I actually don't think we should distinguish them, but I would be curious to hear a reason that we might. And I think Sophie maybe gave us a reason that we maybe should. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
I started out by trying to talk about it, but I find that the language of protectionism is so confusing because of the way it goes across. So there's feminist protectionism and there's anti-feminist, and it's like sometimes it's like protectionism isn't really the right way to understand it. Although there are sometimes the language is explicitly the word protection, and then you need to make that explicit. But I find carceral feminism or enemy feminism to be much more clear about what it is we're dealing with, whereas I find the term protectionism obscures the political stakes so utterly, which is why you're saying you don't distinguish between them, but also it tends to hide it can hide the political stakes. Yeah.
Further thoughts on this or other questions? No, good. All right. And just to say to the panel, since I didn't get to do prep with you at the end, I always give you a last go around. And the one question that Elizabeth asked that we didn't talk about as much is alternatives talk about liberation and stuff like that. So I encourage you to continue thinking about that for the end of the panel. All right. It is now time, and this is the great thing right over here where you can start, and where our students with the t-shirts. So we're going to kind of sweep across the room. This way I see you in the back, I see you here. We'll take 2 or 3 because clearly we already have 8. Yeah, so Nico, take this mic.
Professor Abul-Lugod, thank you so much for your research. It's so important, and through my own research, I realized that a lot of folks in the Arab world or the Swana region were very uncomfortable with the notion of feminism. Even the notion of queerness has become really triggering because of homo-nationalism, because of neoliberal feminism, because of genocidal capitalist, enabling weaponizing.
Genocidal capitalism. It's almost like they think capitalism is going to kill everyone.
Even the notion of queerness has become really triggering because of homo-nationalism, because of neoliberal feminism, because of genocidal capitalist, enabling weaponizing of liberation. And I wonder if there's a sort of a way to divest from these feminist ideas that lean in and the imperial feminism without, while still, liberating people throughout the region, whereas, queer people, cis women, trans women, and so on. So how can we develop languages, notions that really address this time, and also that reflect on the question of gender after mass maiming, after the assault on flesh as a weapon of genocide and land. Thank you.
All right, and since this one is really specific, Lila, do you want to go ahead and take it?
I think that's a huge question. So I would.
Andre, W's. Big fucking W's, bro. Big swinging dick in the room, at least at the moment. Really appreciate the 20 channel memberships. Thank you so much for that. Welcome to all the new channel members. Appreciate you guys. Awesome. Awesome. Only 13 more to go. Look at that. Look at how quickly, look how close we are. 13 more, guys. 3 people gift 5 channel memberships, and we're at the goal. That's it.
I don't see how I could answer it now when we want to hear from other people as well. But I think one of the ways that I think when I confront, the problems with.
I don't think Jake Lang's doing anything tomorrow. I don't think he is. I think someone said he was, and I understand that, but I have seen no indication that anything's actually happening. But good question, Dumbphone. Hey, W's Malcolm for that 5 channel memberships. Thanks so much, bro. You rock. What a fucking legend. Chitalaw goes in with another channel membership. Awesome. You guys are making me do math. We're 7 away. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep an eye on things, but if Jake Lang is doing something, I'll obviously come on and stream it. I'm not doing anything for Easter. Maybe Anthony. W's Anthony 5. Cynthia the queen, the goddess, gets us over the top. Thank you, Cynthia, very much. W's to everyone who donated channel memberships. W's to everyone who got channel memberships. Guess what, guys? We met the goal. We met the stretch goal. You guys rule. I really, 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 really appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to do what I do. Let's finish up.
Feminism is to think feminisms always. So there are many feminisms. I like the way, I think the protectionist feminist idea didn't work for me. But I tried, as a good panelist, I used it as the framework because that was the framework I was given, but I then turned it to governance feminism, which has its own problems. But I think there are many feminisms and they're worked out politically. I mean, many people in the room are working out these things politically on the ground in terms of the debates about what is liberatory and what is feminist, and is that a bad word or is it a good word? Is it opening up things or closing them? But I think the multiplicity is, and the actual politics on the ground of how these projects are worked out is what we should be thinking about, and it helps to, not call it one thing.
Great, that's a good start, and there's always more conversation to be had. So over here, there was someone right there. We go.
Thanks so much, everybody. This is such a, I'll stand up, this is such a sort of, I think about this question of protection all the time, so I really am delighted to hear a panel devoted to it. But just to respond to, Greta, your provocation there, I mean, I think it's important, I always think of the sort of, the patriarch protector, the gangster protector, the one who's running the protection racket, right? That's what we're facing, I think, in the current political moment in terms of the sort of libidinal investment in something like protection. And then I think about the other side, I think about domestic violence shelters. I think about, feminist spaces where protection is mandated, necessary, and also needs to be protected. So I think, but if we keep that vision of the sort of gangster patriarch as the sort of protectionism that we are against, the fascist protectionism, then I think it opens up space for other sorts of feminist protectionisms that might not be, that might be thought of in some kind of contrast to that. So, yeah, just to give it a power analysis from below and from the top.
Thank you. Okay, Durba.
Thank you all for this terrific panel. I have a question for Amber, but in some ways it extends beyond. And I wonder, Amber, if you could reflect a little bit more on the quote that you ended your talk with, thinking about the margarine as the body and the fact that it's wartime, and thinking about Black feminism's reflection on war and how you see. Tell us a little bit more about how you read Lord in that. And then I wondered if you all, Lila, you started here. I wondered if you all might specifically speak to the question of how you see the question of war shaping how you're perceiving protectionist feminism, or not, carceral and or governance and or whatever feminisms that we might be talking about. Thank you.
Amber, and then Lila, and anybody else who would like to speak specifically to war, but Amber.
Yeah, there's so much in that particular quote that I read from Lord that it's hard for me to really zero in on like one particular interpretation. What I take from it is that she's really drawing our attention to the way that bodies are constellated through so many different dimensions of power. So that the imperial is one, the disposability of particular workers is another, the question of poverty is there. And so I think what I want to think with in terms of this is also the way that so much of Black feminism is not single issue, that it's sort of like, there are questions around abolition. And so a lot of what that can mean is thinking with unionization and thinking with how to get people better access to
one of the reasons I kind of skip over Black feminism a little bit is Black feminism can be a little confusing for people to learn because Black socialists are trying to solve legitimate problems. They're completely misguided in how they're trying to solve those problems. But like Black socialists are actually trying to solve real problems in the real world. They buy into some of this stuff around communism, but mostly it's like these are the people they think they have to solve those actual problems. And so it can be confusing for so what she's talking about right now, she's talking about like actual problems. She doesn't believe the same thing Sophie believes. She's talking about actual problems. No, they're not. There's one Black feminist and she's talking right now. And I don't want people to be confused about what she's saying.
better material conditions, how to sort of shape it's sort of shaping the debate in different ways. And I think that's part of why I like that particular quote from The Erotic, because even though it is about pleasure and the body, it's not necessarily located in the space that we traditionally think about. It's not sexual pleasure, but it leads us into a lot of different types of formations.
That's lovely. Anybody want to respond specifically on war? Lila?
No, I don't need to talk about war. We know a lot, but I think what struck me is just what I started with, is that, of course, I'm known for do Muslim women need saving, and there's a whole rhetoric around saving these poor Muslim women, but of course from Muslim men. And then in this case that we're talking about and that we're dealing with now, there are plenty of Muslim women who are really needing a lot of protection and saving, and nobody wants to save them or even see them. So that, to me, is what was so shocking. So that when it's someone else's they're doing this, suddenly we disappear as objects of being saved. So it really was very hard for me to think about this, and this is the first time I've even talked about it or written anything, because it's just been so devastating to live with. But I had to kind of struggle my way through and think that if anything was useful in what we'd done in our project on the cunning of gender violence, by which we meant the cunning of the kind of codification of forms of violence that were bringing along all kinds of other racial phantoms and so forth. And we ended our book, and this paper, when it was going to be longer, which I wasn't allowed to do, I was going to sort of end with the paragraph that we end our introduction with, which was something about, the problem with, we called it GB VOW, gender-based violence against women, and we weren't really dealing with sexual violence and conflict in any of our chapters, but that codification of the category that gets institutionalized, legalized, so forth, and we wanted to contrast that to gender violence with a small g, like all the ways in which gendered beings are subject to violence that is not just from...
What did I say earlier? What did I say earlier when this lady was talking? When they're talking about gender violence, they're talking about all the ways in which people, or in which capitalism is oppressing people with the gender categories. They're talking about how capitalism is violent and oppressive as an overall system. Now listen to what she says.
Institutionalized, legalized, so forth, and we wanted to contrast that to gender violence with a small g, like all the ways in which gendered beings are subject to violence that is not just from one source. And that's what we wanted to open up, I think. Would you say that was our conclusion?
I think that is an excellent conclusion to the introduction, an excellent summry of your excellent conclusion to the introduction to that book. And again, I was very honored to be a part of that at all. I will not, however, go on about war. I will instead look for, there was, a couple more, 1 and then 2 right there.
Hi, just want to say first, thank you so much for this wonderful panel. This thought is specifically for Greta. I really appreciated your thoughts. Specifically, I wanted to build on your idea that the protections of Black and brown trans women in the 2010s is gone now, as they've been kind of refashioned into a threat to everyone. But this, that immediately reminded me of the rise of fat phobia in social media. Just generally, there's a fabulous scholar out of the University of Hamburg, Judith Schreier. She writes about fat phobia and in life writing. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that thought out. And if you've considered the rise of fat phobia,
please comment on this. Please comment,
general,
Sophie.
in relation to this, because
Please comment,
I see
Sophie.
a connection between how feminisms of the 2010s have brought out that idea that you can be fat and beautiful, and then now it's turning into, it's kind of regressed in a sense. But thank you.
And Lila reminded me I should be worried about time, so please pass the microphone right back. We're going to save this for you. And then, so right here in the blue, because I promised people over there that we would get over there. So we're going to take a couple at a time now.
Hi, I'm SB. I'm a fat studies scholar working in the intersections of fat phobia as a carceral logic, particularly in the rise of Ozempic, thinking about it as we're seeing it being prescribed for girls at the age of 12 and under. And I'm curious about, as we think about the body, as we think about fear as a tool, thinking about like transphobia and fat phobia kind of being the only ones in which phobia is a part of the cultural term. How can we use intergenerational tools, particularly thinking about girls who are being put into bypass surgeries and they're not here yet. So what do we do is kind of where I'm at.
Greta.
Talk about fat phobia.
Thanks so much for those questions. Yeah, you know, one of the things I was thinking a lot about as I was preparing my remarks for today was like a kind of like micro, I don't know how to describe it, like the small differences between now and 10-ish years ago. And I just want to make really clear that like there were never any sort of materialized protections for Black and brown trans women. It was just like a rhetorical.
You know, I mean, I appreciate the observation. It's interesting how every time I come back to this channel, it feels like a refresher on modern communism. There's a reason for that, bro. That's all we do here. You repeatedly show us examples of these things, and yet it took me forever to catch it. You know what? You know what? Let's ignore the fact that you showed up a little late to the party, and just let's celebrate the fact that you finally arrived. Let's just, you know, we're going to ignore the fact it took you a little bit longer to catch on to what we were doing. But you made it. You made it. Congratulations. Welcome. We're nearing the end of the stream, but we're glad you're here.
Device that was used in the sort of wake of the Time magazine cover, the transgender tipping point, that like has been sort of much discussed, much criticized, in order to kind of like rhetorically ground like an idea. Like in a weird way, I feel like trans politics sort of entered the mainstream on the sort of rhetorical foundations of really horrific violence against Black and brown women, which is kind of recited over and over again. That's the piece that I was cited that Riley, among other people, sort of talked about. So it does feel kind of distinct to me. And you know, again, I'm open to hearing I'm wrong on this, but I just feel like that sort of moment, even of like deep lip service, like non-material sort of invocation is gone, you know, and I think it's really been replaced by this kind of miasma of like kind of like dangerousness around trans people and trans women in particular. And I think that like it's interesting to sort of track that in a kind of 10 to 12 year shift. But it's interesting to think about fat phobia too. And like there's been all these retractions by like fat influencers and health at every size influencers. I like horrifically read the New York Times op-ed section every day. I don't know why I punish myself like this, but there was one like 2 days ago, right? That was and you know, that's another thing that I think is really different. But you know, I want to just since we're here talking about fascism, people do talk about diet culture as body fascism, right? Like I grew up in a queer culture where people were like,
diet culture is body fascism because capitalism is trying to convince you to adhere to certain capitalist beauty standards so that the capitalists can sell you makeup and skincare products and diet books and diet clothes and diet videos and all sorts of things to diet and all this other stuff that you don't need if the capitalist beauty standards were not relevant.
You know, disabuse yourself of your internalized body fascism. And so I do think, I think that is apt. So I definitely think that there's a connection between those things. And I'm so glad to hear that so many people are working on it. That's so great.
Good. All right, we're going to move over to this side of the room now and take a couple more 1, 2 here.
Okay, so yesterday in Kansas, one of the most repressive anti-trans laws went into effect, which has kind of like this bounty hunter system preventing trans people going to the bathroom, which is similar to the anti-abortion laws that Professor Duggan was talking about, and also invalidates every trans Kansan's driver's license immediately without a grace period. This morning, the ACLU of Kansas filed a lawsuit challenging the law. And I haven't read the brief. I read the summary as reported by Aaron in the morning. But one of the things that was interesting about it is that both plaintiffs in the ACLU's case are trans men. And the central legal argument is that these trans men who have transitioned many years ago would be at threat if they used the men's bathroom, and would be perceived as a threat if they used the women's bathroom, as they are now legally required to do so. So I guess there's kind of like two questions here. So the first is like, are there strategic or contingent uses of protectionism, as in this case, where this kind of protectionist rhetoric around these trans men appears to be at least a reasonably strategic legal strategy to challenging this overtly fascist law? And then I guess the other question is like, if protectionism appears to be the shared ground of both transphobia and trans feminist organizers, like how do we build or imagine like strong criticism or alternatives to protectionism in a moment where it feels like we have to use it just to like survive, you know? So that's kind of, yeah.
Great. So we're going to hold, yes. Thank you for that question. We're going to hold both of those for one last person that I promised over here. Yes, good.
Thank you. I'm a graduate student or candidate at Rutgers. So I teach as well. And so I kind of am asking this question as a differentiation for what many of the panelists have touched upon as pornography. Particularly, I'm thinking from Middle East studies as well, of just the commodification of images and the commodification as we're living so much of our lives on social media, how we're differentiating those economies and how they are being reintegrated and reconsumed. So like just differentiating like what we mean, which I think mostly like Sophie Lewis and Lisa Dugan, you kind of touched on those. I think those distinctions are important, particularly when we're talking about it in a US-based context and how they're circulating elsewhere and what they're doing in meaning-making economies. All right.
Great. So we have time. What I would like to do, if you all are amenable, is now do the everyone's, and because both of these questions, you want to respond to the question specifically?
Oh man, I really wanted your
We're going to
Sophie
go
talk
down
about
the row.
COVID question.
No, we're going to start with Sophie. We're going, yeah. And talk about these two questions, and in particular, sort of the second half, which is if we make the incredible distinctions that you all have made, whether we land on protectionist feminism is the framework, or however we do that, what are our alternatives? What are we building toward? How are we doing that? Yes, I'm seeing nodding from our interlocutor. So let's go with that down the row. So just solve the world's problems and then we'll be done.
I don't think such a thing as an enemy trans feminism is completely beyond the realm of possibility or imagination. I think you almost said that, Greta, right? And I think it's kind of important to bear that in mind. There are certain statist, liberal, trans feminisms. You can't say trans nationalism because that already means something else. If you see what I mean, you can't say like homo nationalism, femo nationalism, trans asterisk nationalism. But it was wheeled out. There was a whole, propaganda campaign on the part of the IOF bringing out trans soldiers and touring them around the US as part of the pinkwashing initiative. And this is taken up by some trans advocacy organizations in the US. Anyway, I am really taken by the work of the Institute for the Critical Study of Zionism and Heike Schotten's paper on, which really picked up on what you were saying, Greta, about the right-wing, Heike calls it right-wing annihilationism that is present in, the paper goes into the deep roots of, certain schisms in Jewish radical feminism and women's liberationism in the 70s. I mean, we've seen papers as well on how Black feminists and, Jewish feminists in the movement had diverging, fallouts and things over Israel in the early 80s, right? Marina Maguire were a wonderful thing. But I think it's important to really, yes, full-throatedly, as Lisa did, as everybody did, insist that this kind of, the person being protected and saved and who is at risk of annihilation is the fascist, right? Is like the female IOF soldier, or is whoever it is that in the 15 minutes I accidentally consumed of the State of the Union address, Trump is kind of talking about in terms of vicious gore and blood. Whoever she is, and I think there were about 7 of them, but whoever he was describing with the gore flowing, that fascist,
Hey,
and
bro. I understand that you got a channel membership, and I'm very deeply sorry that someone wasted a channel membership on you. But on this channel, if Reagan tells you to fucking do something, you do it. She's much nicer than I am. So no, you cannot say whatever you want. This is not a free speech channel, bro. You do not have free speech here. You're in my fucking house. You are here by my consent. You will follow my rules. What Reagan says in the chat fucking goes. She's been here a lot longer than you, has done a lot more than you, is much nicer to you than I will ever be. But you, oh no, she wanted you to shut the fuck up, and you didn't listen. So now I'm going to shut you the fuck up. Time out. You come back and whine and complain, we're deporting you from the channel.
I'm sorry she got attacked, whoever they all are. But, if that person is the one being protected. I don't think, and at the same time, I would say that, I'm not, I know this sounds glib, but I really mean it in my books when I say that we are also in a golden age of feminism of a kind. There is an estrogen underground efflorescing all over this land. And there was a wonderful panel yesterday with Durba and Amber about the return of the second wave, ? And I truly think that these sort of DIY health autonomy solidarity initiatives, these distributions of these seizures of the means of bodily autonomy and the collectivization of estrogen and other care throughout the sort of interstices, that is the most sort of second wave thing there could possibly be. And we shouldn't really believe those who tell us that feminism is boring now, is over now, or whatever. The people who say that are not seeing themselves in the streets, but that's a them problem. They have no idea, right? Abolition feminism is actually in a kind of heyday right now. Yeah.
Thank you. And we have to share, again, Marxist feminism. Amber.
I know. I have a hard time. I'm having a hard time following that. I think, I'm struck by this question around sort of pornography now. Not that I have much to say about pornography, but I think for me, one of the big issues around thinking about protectionism is that it's this simultaneous process of objectification. And I think this question of just sort of
this is what I'm talking about. The Black feminist is not pro-porn. Did everyone hear that? She's like, how do you reconcile pro-pornography with objectification? It's like the Black feminist does not support the pro-porn stance, I promise you.
To reinvigorate modes of subjectification that don't require the production of an object is very vital to sort of like how we're going to imagine surviving and how we're going to produce solidarities. And for me, that also means thinking around a framework of abundance, right, as opposed to scarcity. And yeah, thinking more, I feel very utopian, but I'm a theorist, so that's what I have.
I'm just going to answer or like respond with a couple of thoughts to the first question in particular. I remember I was thinking about that video that like this trans guy who went viral, I don't remember his name, put out when the bathroom bills started like many years ago, who was like, do you want me in your women's bathroom? And I mean, I do think it has some like rhetorical efficacy, but like at the end of the day, these are broken tools, and I think we can do better. And I'm going to get utopian, but like, like the sort of reorganization of the world in alignment with radical politics, the reason it's kind of hard to envision is because things like
the reorganization of the world around in alignment with radical politics means abolishing capitalism everywhere and having a global communist utopia. I need people to be able to code switch. I know this is getting late, guys. I know we're at 5 hours. You're such fucking champions if you're still here. But like, I need people to be able to code switch in your head. The reorganization of the world in alignment with radical politics means global communist utopia. Global. No borders. Global.
And I think we can do better. And I'm going to get utopian, but like, the sort of reorganization of the world in alignment with radical politics. The reason it's kind of hard to envision is because things like protectionist, whatever we want to call them, governance feminisms, these logics loom so big that they make it hard to see the other side. And also, like, not being able to see the other side is on purpose. These things are obscured on purpose. It's hard. It's sort of hard to like find your way to them, even if you like know what the right answer is inside yourself. And this is all just to say, why do we have single sex bathrooms? It doesn't make sense. So like, and I just, and I like, or why do we only have single sex bathrooms rather? Or like, there's so many other ways of organizing the world. I think about this every time someone like pulls me aside and is like, I'm worried about like trans women in sports. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to give you my speech. But like, there's just like so many other ways of organizing the world other than like quote unquote sex segregation, to the point that I don't know that it made sense when it started, but like, think about like the history of bathrooms. There's a lot of wonderful people right now who are doing work on the history of sex segregated bathrooms in public spaces. Those are like early 20th century like innovations, why would we still be using them now? Like, I'm not using a typewriter
because men in bathrooms smell. I'm just going to say flat out, listen, I don't think that every fucking trans woman who uses a bathroom is going to attack other people in the bathroom. I don't think that's true. I think it does happen and that's wrong. But can I just give you a better reason about why we have sex segregated bathrooms? I have been in men's bathrooms before and they fucking smell like so fucking bad. I don't want men in my bathroom. I barely even want my husband in my bathroom and he fucking lives with me. Okay, I do not. And if you are a man and you've never been in the sanctity of a woman's fucking bathroom, you don't know how bad your fucking bathroom smells until you have been in a woman's bathroom that does not smell anything fucking like a men's bathroom. I remember when I was at the Socialism conference, sometimes when I go undercover at these leftist events, they make all the bathrooms gender neutral. They just tape a sign over it, like it's still a men's bathroom, but they're having their gender neutral event there. So they tape a sign over it, making all the bathrooms gender neutral. I accidentally, when I was undercover at the Socialism conference, there were two bathrooms side by side and they taped gender neutral signs on both of them. I didn't know which was the man's. I didn't know which was the woman's. I accidentally walked into the men's room. I smelled that fucking room. I turned around. I walked right back out. I walked into the other bathroom and it was like an oasis. Okay. That is why we don't want men in women's bathrooms. No offense, men. But you need to go and piss in the fucking trough or whatever the fuck you guys do. You need to go into another room and do that. That's why.
Write my book, when I write my book, but I'm just saying that and I'm not trying to be like a technocrat either, like gross, but I think there's just a better horizon beyond what these logics offer us. And I know you know that, but even a strategic way, law is leaky. It is a double-edged sword. It can never do what we want it to do. It's always a tool of reform. And I just think that we can do better. So that's just my.
All right. Is this working?
Dugan.
Is that working? Can you hear me? Okay. So I want to go a little off topic for a minute because I feel like I need to say something about the Epstein files. And that's because the moment of it, it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere all the time. And the logic of it is so inescapable and it feels so compellingly universalized, is that young women and girls are being victimized by rich men, and we should stop that, and these men should be accountable and go to jail. And the logic of that is like everything. So what is problematic about that? It's about the individually identified girls and the individually identified men who have, and the men are individually responsible for a crime and they should be incarcerated. Rather than saying the problem here is the distribution of power along gender, class, racial, and other lines. And that putting these men in jail and getting some justice for these girls actually doesn't do anything to interrupt the logic of power, which reproduces this situation over and over and over again. So it's almost impossible to intervene in the public conversation about it, because the truth of what happened is so clear. The abuse is so clear, the guilt is so clear. It's like, well, of course, this is what we want. But in fact, we need something that will interrupt the entire dynamic where unaccountable, wealthy, white male usually, but not entirely, individuals are get away with this, and girls, usually working class girls, are at the mercy of it. And the only thing to do with that is to abolish class, right? To really do something about the distribution of power, rather than the sort of incarcerate these individuals and identify these individuals.
Wow. So I'm never good with alternatives. The one thing I would say is we should just keep listening to each other and talking to each other, because I've already learned so much today just being with you, and in this room. People are thinking really hard, and we need to just keep doing that. In terms of the difficulty that I've had over, like all of us, over the last 2 years and a half, I couldn't say anything. I couldn't write anything. I could march in the streets and do that kind of thing, but I just couldn't do anything. And then finally last summer I said, what can I do? Everything's been said. Nothing matters. We haven't changed the class structure. We haven't changed the world. I'm going to write a poem. And my poem is talking to a colleague who wrote to me sort of week after October 7th. And I wrote back a short email which said, open your eyes. And my poem starts, open your eyes. And that's what I would say we all need to do, is open our eyes. Thank you.
And I'm just going to say thank you. Thank our panelists.
That's it. Guys, you did it. You did it. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the very end of Socialism Saturday. Let me ask you guys, we spent the last 5 hours celebrating the birthday of our ginger dragon, our queen, Sophie Lewis. One in the chat if this was a good use of the last 5 hours of your time. 2 in the chat if this sucked and was a big waste of time. 1 in the chat if this was a good use of 5 hours of your time. 2 in the chat if this really sucked and was a big waste of your time. Let me know. That's a bunch of ones. That seems like a lot of ones. Okay. Follow-up question. Follow-up question. Listen to the numbers, because we're going to change the numbers so I can differentiate between the questions, okay? 3 in the chat if you learned something on this stream that you didn't learn before this stream. 4 in the chat if you knew all this stuff already and I didn't teach you anything new. 3 in the chat if you learned something new on this stream that you didn't know before you came here. 4 in the chat if you knew all this stuff already and you didn't learn anything new. Cool. Right on. That's a whole bunch of 3s. That's a whole bunch of 3s. Guys, I really appreciate you coming out tonight. I very much appreciate everyone who donated channel memberships and sent in super chats. Thank you so much for supporting the work I'm doing. I'm glad I was able to teach you guys some stuff tonight. As a reminder, if you are new to my work and you're like, Karlyn, all of this was a little bit too complicated and I need like more of an introduction, I got you covered. Head over to the Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. I want you to click on that big image that says new to my work, start here, with a photo that was back when I was still wearing eye makeup. And I want you to scroll down and I want you at your leisure, perhaps tomorrow, as you're trying to escape. Do you have a family gathering that you don't want to go to tomorrow? Do you have a bunch of relatives that are coming over to your house that you might love, but you necessarily don't want to spend time with? How about you take 90 minutes out of your time and go hide in your basement and go watch Re-Education, an anti-communist introduction to the far left? Great way to kill some time on an Easter Sunday when you don't really want, like, you love your family. They're very nice people. You don't necessarily want to be hanging out with them. You already went to church. You already had some Easter dinner, and now everyone's just milling around the house, and you're kind of over it, and people are starting to get a little belligerent because they're drinking a little bit, and they're just saying, just go to the basement, watch the Re-Education and anti-communist introduction to the far left, and if you don't have time tomorrow because you actually like hanging out with your family, do it another day. That's totally fine too. There's other resources that you can utilize on the Substack that will help you out. And if you want to sign up as a member over there for $8 a month, $80 a year, that is actually my preferred way of support. I do appreciate all the super chats. I very much appreciate all the channel memberships. Helps bring a lot more people in the channel and gets them in like the top of the funnel and gets them to spy stream and stuff like that. But I love my Substack supporters maybe just a little bit more, just a teeny bit more. I love all of you, of course, but maybe just a teeny bit more for the Substack supporters. As a reminder, I take Sundays off from streaming. Now, this might be different tomorrow because if there's something going on tomorrow, maybe I'll come on and stream it. I don't know. I don't really have plans to right now. We are doing movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow at 6 p.m. where I believe, are we going to be watching The Neverending Story tomorrow? I think we're going to be watching The Neverending Story tomorrow. So it is, I know it's Easter Sunday, but if you want to come and watch The Neverending Story with us tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord, this is the start of my month of narcissism movie night, which means I get to pick out all the movies. And The Neverending Story is a movie that I picked out. And so we're going to watch that tomorrow. And I don't care if you were traumatized by that movie as a child. You know, you can still enjoy it. So what if we were all traumatized when we watched that movie? That movie, like you grew the fuck up right quickly when you watched that movie, okay? So come join us tomorrow, 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. I will be sending out the link to all new channel members tomorrow on the post tab, so you can find it there. And so I will see you guys. Have a great Easter if you're celebrating Easter. Again, thank you to everyone who donated super chats and channel memberships. You guys allow me to do this. I cannot do this without you guys funding it because I'm completely independently funded. I really, really appreciate it. And now I'm going to go take my leave. I'll see you guys later.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.